Yo, what's up? How's everybody doing? Welcome to part 22. KSP. Part 22. 20, Utah. 22. What? Hey, you guys want to see something cool?
From the autumn.
You guys want to see something here?
And yes, I guess.
Yeah, let's just back it up a little bit. Oh, what do we have here? Uh-oh. It's not a boulder. It's a box. It's a box. You can look in the box. No, check this out. This is Space Coast Live. That is the 39A OLM rollout. That is the launch mount for the pad at 39A. They're going to lift it this week. How about that, huh? How about that? Pretty cool. I said that pad they're going quick. The pad at 39A, they're going very fast. The reason why they can go fast is because they already built one in Texas. They already have the plans. They already have the design figured out. The first one, so that pad at Boca Chica, the second pad, right? That was the first time they were making that design, so it took a second. But now that they know how to put it together, this one is going to come together even quicker. I'll bet you Slick 37, the two pads at 37 are going to come together even faster than this. Because once you know how to do it, it's much easier to do the second, third, fourth time around. This is the same exact reason that, like, during the Apollo program, they built multiple mobile launchers. They built 3 of them. Because you can build one, it's not going to take much more to build 2 and 3. It's just raw material cost at that point. You know, you already hired everybody to make it, so make 2. Utah, give me 2. Now, in terms of pad readiness, I don't know. I think 39A is probably going to be ready sometime, probably Q2 next year. But the pad, that pad at Boca Chica, the second pad, it's almost finished, guys. This one is not going to be that far along behind it. 39A is way better than Boca's pads in every way. Well, I would assume, I saw something, dude. Like, look, I mean, the BQD hood. So, the booster quick disconnect hood. Look, guys, there's parts sitting in them already. So, when they moved the one at Boca Chica, they didn't have this on there. That wasn't there. But, not only is it there, but the parts are inside already. The parts for the BQD retraction pieces, they're already there, see? You see them up there? They're already in it. Now, don't get me wrong, it's just the mount for it, but this pad's going to come together fast. Faster than you. This pad is faster than you think. Dude, I wish it was on this, but they don't want to compromise Falcon operations. I get it. I wish it was on the main pad though. Nose. How about that, huh? It's a square hole. That's right. But it's a circle hole, but it's also a square hole. Here's a shot from Lab Padre. Holy crap, dude. Yeah, that thing's way more completed. The one that they moved, you know, when they moved it from Sanchez to the pad, right? So pad 2, when they moved that it was basically empty. It was an empty shell. That's not an empty shell. That's full of parts. They have all the plumbing installed on it already. And the BQD hoods are already, dude, I knew this pad was going to be quick, but I didn't think it was going to be that fast. This is very quickly coming together. Do you think they'll knock down the OLM at Starbase before Thanksgiving? Archie, that thing is going to take a lot. It's going to take a lot to get that thing out of there. You're going to need to have dudes going at it with a gas axe for a long time. A long time. That steel on that thing is thick. It's 2 inches thick. I saw it when they put it together. Steel is this thick. You're going to need a lot of acetylene torches, and what you need are the other thing you probably need is probably going to need a crane to lift the segments out as they cut them out, or just have them fall. But if you have them fall, wouldn't want anybody near it. So they're probably going to have to take it apart with a crane. Yeah, it's going to take a while, dude. That thing is reinforced. It's really strong. I mean, you know, the pressures involved underneath between the shower head and the plate on pad 1, like 33 engines go off. That's like a nuclear blast worth of shock pressure down there. Like, it's... Dude, you could hit that thing dead center with a nuke and it would probably be like... What was that? That itches. You know? It's going to take a while. Particularly the pilings. They go down 100 feet. It's going to take a while to get all that out of there. They got to basically dig a huge hole. I mean, they were going to dig a huge hole anyway, but... Yeah, like, if Little Man, or, like, Fat Boy was, like, on the shower head and blew up while the shower head was going, I mean, you'd probably make a hole in the ground, but I'll guarantee you the OLM would still be there. I mean, if it would be ablated to hell, but it's ablated to hell anyway, you know, like... I mean, guys, that's reinforced concrete that's sleeved in 2 inches of thick steel. Sleeved with 2-inch thick steel. That's not going anywhere. Like, if they left the OLM there, it would be there for 1,000 freaking years, dude. Like, at least. That's how strong that thing is. Did you just say Little Man and Fat Boy? Yeah, I think I got it backwards. Rotaz. Sorry, it's still early. All right. Yeah, you know what I mean. How much progress would have been made if they didn't turn on the deluge? I don't know. It's hard to say. Yeah. I wouldn't want to risk FOD. I wouldn't want to risk that thing shooting up bits of shower head at the rocket when it goes to launch, so... You guys got to remember, when they did Flight 1, and there was nothing down there, when they did Flight 1, they sent it, and bits of concrete and stuff shot up and damaged the hydraulic power unit for the gimbal. And then they lost the gimbal. They lost pressure in the gimbal. You quite actually see the thing blow off the side like 20 seconds into the flight. And then the thing just kind of goes... You know? What happened yesterday? What do you mean, Pop? Are you talking about like in KSP or what? We're grinding towards a new VAB. We have 1.29. Almost 1.3 million. We need about 2 million to upgrade this and then have budget left over. NBCs are dill holes. That's what happened yesterday. I didn't see you go live. Was it just me? Dude, I streamed for 13 hours yesterday. Fluffy, NBC released the, or not NBC, YouTube released the copyright claim. They did. I disputed it last night on stream, and I was like, dude, the claim was that I streamed the entire Apollo 11 documentary. And I was like, no. Check the VOD. I looked at the trailer in less than 30-second clips. Transformative content, no sound. Nice try. So, and YouTube was like, yeah, that's what you did. And they actually released it. They actually listened to me. Hey, that's a W for them. That's a W for them as far as I'm concerned, man. Yeah, Shmam, I couldn't believe it. I got an email this morning. I woke up to it. They're like, oh, yeah, no. Yeah, that was bullcrap. I'm like, wait, what? You agreed with? Why'd you agree with me? Don't agree with me. Wait, no, please, do that. So, here's where we last left off yesterday. Check this out. This is Octo 3 Block 5, which we have renamed to Condor 9 Block 1. Because, you know, I decided that it would be a cool idea to resurrect Condor 9 here. This is a modernized, quote unquote, for me, version of Condor 9. And man, does it go. Dude, this thing shot a lunar sample return or a lunar science return mission out there. Like, no problem. Stage had plenty of oomph to get back, dude. If we can unlock the VAB, I'll make the landing legs for this thing, and then we're in business. More performance than Octo? Dude, so I paid the science to unlock the Rockomax Jumbo 64. The Octo 3 Block 4 was using these. It had... It had 6 of those. Now we have 4 of the Jumbo 64 fuel tanks. We're back in 2016, 2019, something like that, Ditour. But I never, you know, the thing is, dude, I always kind of theorized that Condor 9 would be great for career mode, but we never did it. And that's why yesterday when I was sitting there, like, should I unlock the better fuel tanks? Should I unlock the better fuel tanks? Yes, you should. You should unlock the better fuel tanks because that means we can use Condor 9 for missions. And this is a better version of it, to be quite honest with you. This is a way better version. We got a 375 fairing. You have a... I believe the old version used the skiff, not a poodle engine. It used the skiff motor, which skiffs are not bad, but that upper stage is beast mode, dude. With the poodle, very, very, very capable upper stage. And because I've, you know, with the older version, how we did this, with the older version, check this out. The old version of Condor 9 was a bunch of Bobcat engines in 8x symmetry. With the center engines all clipped together. Like that. That was the old version. That's how I did the engine section before. This is overclocked swivel motors. As we have upgraded the Octo's design and eventually morphed it into Condor, I've been just dialing in a little more thrust every time for this thing. And this thing is pretty good, man. You know, I don't mind overclocking the engines. I really don't care. Like, as long as you don't have like a Reliant engine making 1,000 kilonewtons of thrust, that's not realistic. But rocket engine designs do get stretched. These are rated for 150% of their original thrust rating. That's what I have them at right now. They work. They work really good, actually. 9.1. Yeah. Blackness last, please. We still got pudding water. What do you mean? Oh, yeah. Yes, we do. I should probably figure that one out. But yeah, that's what I did yesterday. And we sent a science lander mission out to the moon, and we're gonna go finish that mission to try and get some more cash. And then I have a big Minmus mission teed up here. Ours 25s are overclocked, 109% of rated performance, dude. Yep. Triple core design next. You want me to make Falcon Heavy? Trey, the answer that I'm going to give you is a little bit strange, but life imitates art, or art imitates life, I guess. I don't know. We could try to go and build heavy if we really wanted to. It shouldn't be too hard to make something like that. And we could do the double booster landings, which I proved can be done. It's just really complicated to do it. It can be done. Yeah, we've landed 3 cores before. And I landed one out in the ocean. I never got it to land on a drone ship, which is kind of ironic, but... what I eventually... Okay, so here's what I'm pining for. I'll tell you what my expectations are for this program. I want to... Well, all right, here. Give me 1 second. I am going to bastardize the Constellation program into architecture that I like. Does that make sense? I do like Constellation, but there are parts of its architecture that I'm not too big of a fan of. So, obviously Ares 1, we're not using that. I mean, we could make Jebstone, but I've used Jebstone in a career mode before. What I want to do is refactor Condor 9, right? I want to refactor it and use Condor 9 as an Ares 1 analog for my Taurus capsule. Okay? And also for cargo missions if I need to. What I eventually want to do is pursue a super heavy architecture. Okay? Pursue an uncrewed, non-Kerbal rated super heavy architecture. Okay? I want a 6 meter fairing, 6 meter fairing, 5 meter core diameter, and go from there. Which has better performance, Condor Heavy or MLV? MLV is probably better. Yeah, I know, Dan. I should go buy a lottery ticket. Yeah. I can't believe that. So, I want to take something like Constellation, and I want a super heavy uncrewed launch vehicle. Perhaps reusable. We'll see. I want to make it reusable. And I want Condor 9 with an Orion capsule. So basically, if I want to make SLS uncrewed or something similar to it with a fairing, right? Work on a transfer stage with that thing. And then I want to basically have Ares 1 be Falcon 9 with an Orion capsule on it. I'm going to bastardize Falcon 9's architecture and Constellation's architecture and make a really nice exploration program. Yeah, that's my plan. The capsule is just the beginning. I have the architecture basically figured out in my head. The reason why I want that super heavy vehicle is because I eventually want to scale up my lander architecture so we can handle landing bigger stuff onto the moon or onto Duna or onto wherever. Minmus, whatever, it doesn't matter. That's why my Taurus capsule, the Taurus capsule is an amalgam of, it takes all the best qualities of the Apollo CSM and all the best qualities of Orion and combines them into one vehicle. That is the exact reason why I made this capsule the way that I did. I didn't explain it at the time, but there it is. That's the reason why this capsule is made kind of like Orion, but kind of like the CSM, but kind of like Orion. It's kind of halfway in between. I'm actually kit bashing architectures here to make a really, really, really good sustainable architecture. That's what I'm doing. And what I want to do is basically put my money where my mouth is in this career mode save. Meaning that I've always said that Orion, we read the first part of Casey Hanmer's blog yesterday about Orion and how it's a piece of junk. And I would say that it's not necessarily a piece of junk. It was designed for another architecture and it's being retrofitted for this architecture, and that kind of makes it not very useful. You could call it a piece of junk if you want, but what I'm doing is basically trying to rectify that problem. Orion has a terrible service module. I want to basically build an Orion capsule with Apollo CSM capability. That makes sense? But the Apollo CSM ran off fuel cells, so it's not really good for long duration loitering. So I basically built an Apollo CSM that's really good at staying up there for long periods of time, which is kind of what Orion was originally supposed to be, but they never really got there before the project got canceled. and they replaced it with whatever piece of doo-doo caca poo-poo it is right now. Yeah, and go from there. And I think, yeah, I think that using Condor 9 for my Ares 1 is a really, really good idea. That's good for the short term because we can do LOR architecture and really dial it in. With Condor 9, we have way more throw up into space, like way more throw, because that first stage is really powerful, right? So we have an increased payload capacity. It's no longer a vehicle that can shoot 6.7 tons to the surface of Minmus, right? This is something that could throw like 20 tons out there. Condor 9's design I refined over a long period of time. So I kind of wanted to use it because I've never used it for a career mode before. You guys have never seen Condor 9 do work in career. So Kit Bashing gave us Intrepid Fighter Starship. Yeah, there you go. OLM moved today. That's right. I tested an Ares 1 like rocket, Clydesdale SRB with a 375 diameter second stage, and it can get around 50 ton to LKO for less than 100k funds. It's financially not that bad. Dude, I've built a rocket like that before. It's called Jebstone. I used it in career mode before as my medium duty launch vehicle. In my career mode save from, I think it was from 2019, maybe? Throughout 2019, I played a really good career mode where I basically built out the Eyes Turn Skyward architecture, like ETS, and then went from there. And while I didn't make an Ares 1 clone, I made a Saturn 1B. It's a Saturn 1B with a 4-segment. It's a Saturn 1B upper stage. So this is an S4B with a 4-segment shuttle SRB behind it. Because we don't have something like an AJ260. We don't have the AJ260. What we do have is the Clydesdale. And dude, this thing is a monster. Look at the price tag. And the booster does parachute down and land. I will maintain this to this day, that if somebody came along and used segmented SRBs for your first stage and employed them in scale, you could make something that could theoretically be cheaper than Falcon 9, like way cheaper. Because there's no shortage of ammonium perchlorate. We need, the US government needs that. We need a big supply of ammonium perchlorate to replace ICBM first stages. They have a shelf life. I mean, it's a long shelf life, but there's always going to be a ammonium perchlorate supplier, excuse me. And they're the ammonium perchlorate is an ingredient used in solid rocket fuel. So the supply chain is big. You could really, really employ like crazy amounts of, you could use that supply chain to your advantage. And if you're going and fishing out SRBs like they did during the shuttle program, employing it in scale makes sense in the same way that reusing fairings on Falcon 9 makes sense. Like, fairings are not expensive, they're not hard to produce, but they take a while to produce. SRBs take a while to produce because the propellant needs to cure inside of the segments like concrete. And then they're good to move, right? Same exact use case as a fairing. If you employ it in scale, price goes down. If somebody brought this along and made an S4B with a 4-segment behind it, holy crap. Like I said, this is a Saturn 1B upper stage with a shuttle 4-segment booster behind it. And it is potent. It is a potent launch vehicle. Now, I don't know if I'd necessarily use this for human rating. Probably not. But who knows? But yeah, that's Jebstone 4. It is a amazing vehicle. We even did some calculus on thrust limiting the booster. So fellas, check this out. You want to see a cool trick? I'm just putting this out there so people know. Like, check this out. You have to do calculus because you have to figure out if you fire the booster and just fire it, your thrust output is going to stay pretty much the same, but your fuel is going to go down, so your TWR is going to go up, right? But if you use the cal controller and program a thrust curve into this, you can make thrust tail off. Like, check this out. See right here? At the beginning, thrust goes up, so it produces a lot of thrust. And then we gradually have it regress right here. The thrust regresses on the SRB, and then it goes back up. My SRB throttles for max Q. See? And then it goes out here, throttles back up, and then starts tailing off in thrust towards staging and main engine cutoff or booster engine cutoff, and then separates. I have a thrust tail off. Real SRBs do this because of how the propellant is actually packed into the SRB. If you make a cool shape inside of there and make like a star pattern, right? You can vary the amount of surface area that gets exposed in the combustion chamber. The higher the surface area gets exposed to the SRB jet that's going out, right? The higher amount of propellant surface area getting exposed increases combustion chamber pressure, and you can get the SRB to throttle. Simultaneously, you can pack the grain in an SRB in a shape that allows for a regressive thrust curve, where the surface area goes down over time. It's actually super interesting. You can hard code SRBs by how you pack the propellant in the segments to basically throttle down. That's what they did with the space shuttle. And I used a cal controller to figure that out. This SRB never actually flames out. It regresses off till the thrust curve gets to basically nil. So we needed to do that for my space shuttle. For the shuttle, for my shuttle in game, you needed to be able to do that, because if you're flying the shuttle and your SRBs just shut off, your shuttle is going to want to flip out of control. But my SRBs don't shut off, they tail off. So they're still producing a little bit of thrust at separation. When we separated them, they're still on technically, but they're producing like 2 or 3 kilonewtons of thrust. They're not a lot. And that gets us the very distinct SRB separation that the shuttle did. Hold this out of the car. We need to scope it. Lean. You leaned out, goalie. That's not broken off. That's melted. The thing went lean. You see how the spark plug looks like it's burnt? Because it got really hot because you leaned out. Yeah, that strap, the grounding strap should cover the node, the node right there. It should go all the way over here. And it's gone. It didn't, and that didn't break. That's not a break. Metal cracks. It doesn't when it breaks. If it snaps off, that's melted. Hole 2 is very wet. Very, very wet. Yeah, here, check it out. These are, thank you, Oran, for linking this. That's your different thrust curves. Check it out. So we have a boat anchor over here. See, I call it the boat anchor. Regressive thrust curve and tail off. That came out of 7. So 2 is rich, 7 is lean. Goalie? What kind of intake plenum are you using? What kind of intake manifold are you using? And what motor is this? What was the big boy of sold motor? AJ260, Chris. It's a 582. We have a 200 CFM blower and a 1650 carb. You have a vacuum leak somewhere. You have a vacuum leak somewhere. My guess is that it's near number 7. Don't forget we run methanol. Yeah, and methanol burns hot, I understand, but you lean the spark plug out. You're running rich on the front, and if you're running rich on the front, on the number 2, and the number 7 is toast, rich on the front, lean in the back, you have a vacuum leak in the intake manifold. Either that or you have a blockage in the plenum somewhere. I'm gonna go ahead and guess vacuum leak. It's not a lot, but you know, if you're up at 5,000 RPM, that little tiny vacuum leak at idle is gonna be a big problem. It could be enough to throw the number 7 out of whack. Also check, well, I was gonna say check the valves, but we run 9 pounds of boost. But that's what I'm saying, dude. You're pressurizing your intake plenum, right? You're pressurizing it because the supercharger is forcing it in. So you have carburetors, you have carburetor, supercharger, intake, right? This is like just a regular blower, like old carb blower, right? If you have it like that, dude, so your supercharger is pressurizing your intake manifold, right? And the engine is pulling the air in. It's pulling that in. It's going to create vacuum in there, right? If you have a leak, it's going to pull in extra air. And that's really the only explanation that I can think of other than intake plenum aerodynamics. And I don't know what intake plenum you're using or intake manifold you're using with that supercharger, right? Yeah, check around in your intake manifold for vacuum leaks. You know, start the motor, make sure the air to fuel is dialed in, and then start spraying brake clean around the intake manifold. If the revs go up, you got a problem. You gotta, dude, that's not great, dude. Leaning out one side of the engine is, I mean, it's a big block Chevy. It's not a big deal. Like, big block Chevy doesn't care. But also, careful. Hey, Tan, what's going on? Yeah, V engines, you're always exactly helpless. That's why you need like EGT on something to try and like get that right. But an EGT reader would probably be good for something like that. But also at the same time, I don't think you'd be. If he's saying the number 7 is like super rich, right? Or number 7 super lean, number 2 super rich. That's the opposite sides of the engine because it's Chevy, right? So number 2 would be at the front on one side, and number 7 would be at the back on the other side. The delta shouldn't be, the delta in AFR between the front and the back of the engine shouldn't be that much with a supercharger on an intake plenum. Not much. Lucic is back in Mass. He's got a tryout with the Springfield Thunderbirds. Oh, interesting, Tan. Oh, there you go, Alucard. Believe it or not, LSX engines will kill the number 7 cylinder this way. Yeah. Interesting. Anyway, all right. So yeah, that's what I want to do with my architecture. I want to have a 2-vehicle launch architecture, heavy uncrewed launch vehicle, and small crewed reusable medium duty launch vehicle. I don't like the one size fits all. I've done career modes with the in mission modes with the space shuttle. I prefer to have the big fairing size, right? And yeah, kind of go from there. Nothing much, Starlight. I haven't heard any news today. So we're tooling up for science data from the surface of Minmus. Plant the flag on Minmus. Satellite in a big orbit around Minmus. This mission, plant the flag. Finish construction of a rover on Minmus. Yeah, science data from the surface of Minmus. We should be able to crank this one out in one mission. And if we get all of it, so we have 28 plus 18, 46. So that's all. We'll just say that with the advance, that's about 50 Gs. I already spent some of the advance there. So that's 37. So let's say, the other one's more like 45. So let's say about 80. That's 80 grand right there. This mission for the rover pays out 278. So 278 plus 80, right, is 350. Flag on Minmus is 130. That's 480, almost 500. And then if we nail the orbit with the target vehicle with this, that's 600 grand and change, right? We take into account the two vehicles costing 100. We take into account the two vehicles costing 80 grand a pop, give or take. That's 160, so it's 660. We should get about $500,000 from doing that Minmus mission, repairing the rover and everything, but it is a complicated mission. If we finish the sample return mission here, and we tool up that crewed Minmus mission with the lander, oh, we should be good. We also run 14 to 1. Yeah. Okay, it's 1 o'clock. We get the sample back. Do we have any other missions that pay really well? Build a new surface outpost on the moon. 5,000 units of electrical charge. Cupola. Stability. Land your outpost on the moon. Build a new surface outpost. Build a new orbital station in solar orbit. 5 Kerbals, 2 scientists on the station. I don't want to do that. Not yet. No. Greater flats, low winds or flats biome. Hey, freaking awesome. Okay. All right, let's go out and get that lander home. Archie, you can't do the Cal controller thrust modifications. Yeah, you can't do them on the console. I don't know. I'm not a fan of Kerbal on console. All right, so how much science does this mission have? We landed this at the very end of the stream last night. Let's review stored data. This should have about 80 science on there from what we have. Yep, okay. All right. We could still use the seismometer, temperature, baro. We used all the mystery goo, unfortunately. But I used it on science that I only had partial recovery from. And we're in the moon's northwest crater right now. We could probably get away with doing a hop with this thing. We have 1,600 meters a second delta V left. Yeah, I don't want to do the insular stuff. I don't know. It's 580 orbital velocity, 580 meters a second. And I have to think that doing a hop is going to take not double that, but about double that. Which means we'll barely have enough. If we do a hop, we barely have enough to get this thing back into space. And barely have enough to get it back into space, much less home. I've done that before, Blackness. We did that already. Yeah, let's just... It kind of sucks, but let's just get this one home. All right, let's get out of here. Pack everything up. We're out of here. I mean, we could try to hop to the Highlands. Screw it. Let's, you know, I'll ascend that way, and let me see if we get a hop over here, what velocity we're at, and I'll assess from there. All right. We are Gopher Hamster. Launch. Nope, didn't like that. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Okay, that could get us a landing over there. Now let's think about this for a second. Science greed is good greed. It took us 325 meters a second to do the hop. We have to think that it's going to take double that. It's going to take the same amount to slow down, and then probably a little bit more to land, right? So I'm going to figure, just a gross overestimation, 325 to nil out our velocity, right? It's going to go up because we're going to fall back down. And then, you know, anything else that we need for landing. Let's just figure 500 meters a second from the delta V that we have right now. Maybe even 600. So if let's just be super conservative in our estimate. 600 meters a second to land. We have 1,200 now. That gives us 600 left over to get back up into space. We need 600 to get up into orbit, and then we need 300 to get this thing back to Kerbin. It's not in the budget. Not in the budget, unfortunately. Even if I figured 500, that would give us 700 meters a second delta V left. It's still not enough. Yeah. Oh, well, this mission got some decent science, and we've basically farmed out the northwest crater for what it's worth. So let's just do a circularization burn with the lander here. Do we have monopropellant? Well, yeah, of course I do. Dude, you look so weird when you shave. What's up, Can't See Me? How you doing? All right, cool. All right, let's see if we can get a good ejection here. Nope, nope. Hey, hey, hey. Okay. I mean, this, considering this, I designed this to be a min-miss hopper, this is pretty good. It's not bad. Can't see me working and lurking. Oh, guys, don't forget. Tomorrow is a car stream. We're gonna work on the car until Space News, and then I'm not sure what we're gonna do for After Hours. We got to make some forward progress on that thing, and I think I'm in a position where we can actually get a lot of good work done. So, yeah, we got a car stream tomorrow. I'm probably gonna get in here a little bit earlier so we can make some good progress. For the people that don't know, if you care in the slightest, I'm restoring an old car, and see this thing? That thing should be in the car, and it's not in the car, and we need to make sure that that thing can go in the car. That's kind of important. You need that. You need the floor. Cities for After Hours. I don't know what we're doing for After Hours tonight, dude. The back looks better. Yeah, the floor didn't fall off. It was rusted off. Not by my doing. No, for tomorrow. Oh, I don't know, dude. Okay, we're go for transcurbin injection. Good. Finish it up with the RCS here. Just wanted to tell you, good luck. We're all counting on you. Still the landing legs. Does it matter? We're getting rid of the stage. This is just a transfer stage to get us back. It's kind of a shame because we were just a little bit short for getting this right. There we go, 39. Let's go back to Kerbin. Can you overclock RCS? No, I wish. Okay. We have the fuel, might as well just burn off the rest of this. Okay, stand by for payload, return vehicle separation. Here we go. Chutes are armed. There seems to be a chance that Denny retires from driving like Edwards did. How do you find the motivation to complete car work on vehicles that aren't your daily? I've been putting off some front suspension work for so long. Go out and stare at it. So, Duber, I'm not sure. Really, X-Wing, huh? Okay. Duber, okay, let me put it to you like this. All of my cars are in the backyard. My shop is in the backyard. I have to walk by, I walk by my cars every day. The 59, the 97, the Camaros. Camaros aren't mine. Bluefus. You know, the Dodge Ram that we have for parts that we're going to put in the Coronet. And then when I get into my shop, I have to walk by the car. That is done entirely on purpose. You can't hide from your shame. Yeah. Yeah, that's entirely on purpose, dude. That's what helps. So the other thing is that the car is a series. You guys know about it, and it's content for the stream. So I treat it like any other project that we're working on. The career mode save, you know, the career mode save in KSP, you know, our cities, you know, it's a build, it's a series. Like, it's just like any other thing. You got to get it done. You can't not finish it. Thanks, Falk. Appreciate it. I guess because it isn't a fun vehicle, but man, it's a dependable little guy. Yeah, it's really easy to get the ick with a car. It's really easy. You get like, I don't want to work on this. Like, that's very easy. That happens. Clouds. But dude, yeah, if you go and you just kind of got to go and just, so the other thing, dude, is like I sit there and I look at the car. You know, I don't think about it like, I gotta fix the stupid strut, I'm gonna fix the stupid spring, blah 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 blah. Like with me, I gotta fix the trunk pan. No. I don't look at it that way. I go, what do I need to do? What do I need to do that? I mean, that, and I just like working on cars. It's fun. I like building things. I like working with my hands. That's just something I like. Yeah, the car turns into an X. Yeah, dude, if a car breaks, it's really easy to just be like, yo, I'm done with it. Even if it's an easy fix. And then you're done with it. You build it up in your mind that the job that you need to do is such a crazy fix. It's so stupid. I don't feel like doing that. And then you sell it. You get the ick. It happens. Never. I've gotten the ick with the 59 before. With Freb. It took me 10 years to put it back together. I got the ick with that. I haven't gotten the ick with the Coronet. I really like the Coronet. That's why. And I walk by it every day. The Mustang has an evap. Is throwing an evap code. And I couldn't figure it out until I realized that the filler neck on S197 Mustangs likes to break after a while and cause an evaporator leak and throw a code. But I'll fix it. That's because of Tylenol. Yeah, you're probably right. You know, so you know what I did? I went out, I took the Mustang out the other day, and, you know, I was like, I don't know what I need to do with this. I'm going to try the evac. Over the weekend, when I was trying to get my mind off things, I went out and I washed and detailed it. You know? Yeah, I know, that's why you're washing and detailing a car. You should fix the check engine light. But I washed it and I detailed it. Dude, you know, I waxed the thing, cleaned it, like really, really, really cleaned it, waxed it, detailed the whole dang thing. And now I'm like, dude, I gotta fix this car. I should fix it. We should fix it. It's a cool car. Hey, Sad, what's going on? I guess the American stereotype of having 5 cars but only using 2 because the rest are in varying stages of broken is actually true. I mean, Archie, all of my cars run. Even the Coronet. If we hook the battery up to the Coronet right now and turn the key, it'll start. It doesn't move because there's no back. Everything runs. The only car that doesn't run is the car that I'm working on right now. 59 runs, 97 runs, 87 runs. Heck, even that junk box Dodge Ram that I'm gonna part out to fix the Coronet, that runs. Both of the Camaros run. The Camaro, one of them needs a fuel pump, but that's not my problem. You know. The Mustang runs. It just throws an evap code because the filler neck's cracked. But that's my rule. I do not allow non-operable vehicles on my property unless it's a project. Half of these cars freaking awesome aren't mine. I'm storing them for people or holding on to them to fix. With payment. They're customer cars, I guess. I have 9 cars on the property right now in the backyard, and 5 of them are not mine. Yeah, Ernock, I had the Camaro out this weekend. Still fun to drive. And it didn't get hot, but that's because it was cold here, so. Filler neck. Yeah, sorry, Dwarf Man. No funds for cars, guys. You guys gave me more than enough for the Coronet. Seriously, there's like a couple grand. Don't worry about it. Now I'm going to deliver on the content that you paid for. All right, we got a good touchdown. There it is. So let's recover this bad boy. And yeah, you don't need to fund Ernock's cars. They're Ernock's cars. He could pay for them. He's a big boy. For some reason, YouTube was being glitchy and it couldn't find the rocket review. No, it's 106 science. All right. Sad it got claimed by NBC for me showing part of some Saturn V footage that was part of a CNN film from the trailer. They claimed that
this is space. I'm in
Lovey!
space.
Gifted 5 subs. They claimed that I watched the whole video, and I disputed the claim, and YouTube released it. So the Space and Rocket review from yesterday should be up. Yeah, I showed clips of a Saturn V launch from the trailer from a documentary, and I even said what the documentary's from and advertised it, and they tried to claim the... I probably showed it for about 30 seconds, maybe a minute at best, because I had to scrub through it to find the right parts. No sound, no nothing. They claim the entire thing. They claim my entire 5-hour Space News VOD. Yeah, I immediately I was like, no, dispute. And you know what, dude? YouTube listened. They released it. Yeah, it's AI. It's AI just looking for stuff, dude. That's what it is. If it sees an image, if it sees an image that matches an image from the documentary that it's trained on, it's gonna just file the claim and not think anything the wiser, because, you know, guilty until proven innocent. That's my thing with YouTube. They got it backwards. You're an AI. You an AI. Okay. What's the name of that documentary? You know what, dude? I'm not gonna mention it anymore. Beadine, I just really feel the need to not tell people about that documentary no more. Yeah. Yeah, in fact, I'm never going to mention it ever again on stream. Ever. Ever. I'll find something else. Can't see me. Your older cars like new EGR valves. Really help performance. Might be good for the Mustang. Don't remove it or block it off. Just replace it. I don't know if the Mustang has EGR. To be honest, it's my daily driver. I don't really work on it that much. I just maintain it. I mean, that Mustang only has like 75,000 miles on it. It's a V8 5-speed, 75,000 miles. Car's 17 years old. Great car. Oh, someone mentioned EGR incoming rant. No. EGR is dumb. That's it. There you go. End of story. Epic rant. Yeah. Yeah, I don't ever recall there being an EGR in that Mustang. It's a 2008 Mustang. I don't think so. I think it's just got evap. Yeah, it's got evap and catalytic converters. So, anyway. All right, cool. We have 1.3 in the bank. And I'd say let's tool up for this Minmus mission, shall we? Yeah, Mustang's got nothing, dude. The paint is starting to get a little worse for the wear because it's 17 years old. No, I haven't, Duber. But yeah, dude, for motivation on the car, dude, just pick a day, allocate some time, couple hours, and just be like, yo, tell the wife or whomever, like, I gotta work on this today. I gotta fix this. I gotta fix this thing. And then go and fix it. Even if it's like an hour job, budget 3 hours. Because sometimes whenever I work on the car, I like to sit there and stare at it for a second and really think about what I need to do. Like, I don't know how to do a lot of this stuff. I'm self-taught, so I gotta sit there and think about it. Hey, Ben.
Go at throttle up.
What's up, man? Yeah, just got to buck up and just do it. Just, like I said, budget out some time, dude. Even if getting rid of the ick is a pain in the butt, dude. Even if you budget out some time to just sit there and look at it and spend a day kind of thinking about what you want to do to fix it and how you got to go about fixing it. Spend some time, watch some YouTube videos, sit there, really think about what you need to do, and then just, yeah, you got to build it up. I know that sounds stupid, but...
Oh, this is space.
Hey,
I'm in
thanks.
space.
Thanks for the gifted sub, Ben. How you doing, buddy? Do you think we're going to get the money, the 700K today's stream? Yes. Yeah, we got a bunch of Minmus missions teed up that should net us, well, close. Should be about 500 grand if we do all of this. But that means we need a crew launch and a lander launch out to Minmus. Right? We already know that the lander, our lander design for Minmus is good enough. So it's good enough to hop around on Minmus if we need it. I have a spare ascent module from a lander that we tested out there last stream. That has a bunch of scientific experiments on it. So the plan, let's look at the missions. So explore Minmus. We need to perform a spacewalk around Minmus. Easy. That one's easy. Science data from the surface. Transmit or recover science data from the surface of Min. Oh, we can do that right now. Hold on. Easy money. Doing fine. Relax and stream. Right on, man. Yeah. Oofta. Yeah, we don't have a signal because we're on the backside. Okay. Oh, dude, what a picture. Well, that's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. How neat is that? That's pretty neat. I already have a comms network up, Orion, and ground stations. The ground stations are good enough just for cislunar for now. Or just basically, they don't go much further out than Minmus. That is deliberate by design. Because I did it for cheap. We'll upgrade it. We'll upgrade the ground tracking stations a little bit later. So this thing should have this. So if we go here, log temperature, transmit, science data from the surface of the moon. There you go. Contract done. Easy money. What do you think of Los Angeles' new Tesla Cybertruck police vehicle? That's cool. Electric vehicles are good for the city, man. Yeah, I know. Can't see me. That's right. Thinking about your space architecture for your career mode save set is super important. That's why I emphasize it so much. That's the hard part. Anybody can sit there. You can sit there and make a rocket, right? Anybody can sit there and make a rocket and design a rocket for purpose. If you design a rocket, like one rocket to do one mission, right? You design a launch vehicle, it's going to make it easier to just belt out missions left and right. So you don't have to redesign every time. That's why I make a launch vehicle, and I decide my architecture very carefully. Just my mind's stuck in Apollo style for some reason. Trying to make one launch vehicle do everything usually doesn't end well. We've seen that historically. Space shuttle. I'm saying that as somebody that loves the space shuttle. I love that thing. That thing's awesome. It is superior reusable launch vehicle design. I mean, hopefully I want it to get bested by Starship because it's a superior reusable launch vehicle design from the 70s, you know? All right, so finish the construction of a rover. That rover needs a probe core. Okay, so let's figure out our concept of operations for this mission. Okay, we need to launch Condor 9 Block 1 with my Eagle lander on top of it, right? Get that out to Minmus. We need to put that into the Tundra orbit around Minmus, which is well within its Delta V capabilities. That's no problem. Put it into that Tundra orbit, which is a very eccentric orbit, 9,300 paramin, 706,000 apomin, at 63 degrees. Needs mystery goo, accelerometer, and a science junior. Okay, that just got a little more complicated. We can ride share it. We can ride share it. I'll put a sat bus on top of the lander. We'll ride share the thing. Should fit. Niles cracked the block last race and made a run in blue water into the reservoirs and pushed oil into the holes. Rip a 632. It happens. Tundra orbit seems like a lightning orbit. Yeah, Rares. That's what it looks like to me. 63 degrees incline, 9,300 by 706,000. Yeah, that sounds like a... That sounds like that. So, we can deploy one of my sat buses with the Science Junior on there. Mystery Goo Accelerometer Science Junior. We'll manifest that with the lander. We'll circularize the lander, and then... Actually, what we could do is deploy the payload before we get into Minmus's SOI. Have it do a course change while we're floating out there. Lander goes for low orbit circularization, right? And then we adjust the sat bus's trajectory to insert into a 63 degree inclined orbit and then adjust the orbit from there. Yeah, that sounds good. Okay. Then we'll send the capsule up with 3 suits, right? We'll get the capsule up there. Rendezvous with the lander. We have to make sure the lander has a manifested probe core on it so we can attach a probe core to the rover. They got to land at the rover first, right? Attach the probe core, and then we could drive the rover to wherever. And then I want the lander to do a hop to my ascent module that I have up there, or my other, the first lander that we use to prototype. If we can hop, we got to land over here, which means, what's our latitude here? 15 degrees. So the lander needs to go into a 15 degree incline. We hop there, repair the lander, drive the lander to its destination, or drive the rover to its destination, get back in the thing, and hop over to the flats at the other Eagle lander. That Eagle lander has a bunch of scientific experiments on it, and we can deploy a bunch of those in the greater flats with both of the probes, or with both of the landers. Yeah, that's a good idea. And then, once we do that, we collect all the science from the greater flats here. Yeah. Ooh. Sat bus goes into that orbit. We complete that. We complete the rover. And then we bring them home. Yeah, should be pretty easy. Having the capsule come back on the correct trajectory, though, is something we're going to have to figure out. We might have to have them loiter up there for a little bit. Hold on. In the meantime, I want to get this thing... This is a stage that I need to... Just need to deorbit this while we're thinking about the con ops here. I see the EC, yeah. Yeah, that should work. Just trying to clean all this crap up. This one was used to launch the capsule. See the adapter? That's the capsule's adapter fitting. This was the one that we used for the moon mission. Said, you realize now that after thinking about it in real life space stuff and more watching your streams. Yeah, dude. It's hard to come up with your own stuff. It's a lot more difficult than you might think. I would say that if you're like a intermediate Kerbal player, it might be better to just steal some ideas from Apollo and stuff. Don't like try to build your own custom one-off stuff. Like, I mean, you can if you want, if you think you're up to task, right? But sometimes copying what has been done already usually is not, I mean, that usually works. It's not a stage, it's a sailboat. A stage is a sailboat, stupid head. If we can get this, the perigee below 40, we should be fine. Yeah, see, we have a bunch of busted stages here that I need to deorbit. Are you going to play the new Europa Universalis? That's not really my cup of tea, Bill. It's a good game, though. I'm more of a Hearts of Iron player, if I'm going to play anything. I like Hearts. Hearts is a really good game. People have been bugging me to play Hearts, but the problem is, like, when I go to do it, people aren't really, like, too into it. But I love Hearts of Iron. That's a game I could play every day. I tried copying EJ and I can't do it. My rockets are never stable in tilt or roll. Yeah. Actually, if we can get this, if we could get it down to 25, we won't need to, oh, it's gonna be close. If we could get this down to 25, we won't need to ride the stupid thing down. I don't think we're going to, though. You're one of those haters. Yeah, it's not for everybody, dude. It's a shame. I really like that game a lot. There's a lot that I could do to teach about history and stuff, but what are you gonna do? This thing's probably gonna make it down to the surface if I had to guess. The kid is back on the escalator again. Leave it alone. What? Crazy idea. 2 RD-170s on each side of the booster for SLS as a replacement. Not powerful enough, Trey. The 5-segment guys, it should not be underestimated how good the core stage and 5-segment SRBs are. What makes SLS seem so anemic is the upper stage. If you put an S4B, like if we just made a copy of the Saturn V's 3rd stage and we put that on SLS, SLS would become an instantly disgusting launch vehicle in a really good way. Problem is we never made that part. We should have, but we never did. Dude, the core didn't need that. The core stage in the SRBs are, yeah, really good for what they are. The SRBs, Trey, produce 14,000 kilonewtons of thrust. That's 14 meganewtons per SRB. An RD-170, even the new MV ones that the Russians have, not powerful enough. You need 4. You would need 4 of them. You would need to do a Buran, Energia, to make enough power. You'd need 4. And you got to remember, the SRBs are what's holding up the entire core stage. Core stage is not physically connected or structurally connected to the mobile launcher. It's only physically connected with the umbilicals. So these boosters have to be structurally integral, not something that Energia even did. Energia used a launch frame because they had to make up for the fact that liquid fuel boosters aren't as structurally integral as a solid rocket booster that's using a steel casing. Stuff to think about. Everybody says, I'll just put liquid fuel boosters on SLS. You'd have to make a liquid fuel booster that's strong enough to be structurally comparable to a steel-cased SRB. New Glenn second stage. Oh, Sears, that would be... Yeah, New Glenn second stage is basically an S4B on steroids, man. That'd be great. I've had thoughts about how I would do it. Wow, the tank actually made it through. Hey, Engineer, what's up? Yeah, Sears, I've had thoughts about it. Here, while that thing is riding down... So, Sears, check this. Here's how I would do this. You have SLS, right? You have SLS's core stage. All right, we're looking at the inner stage, or the forward skirt here on the core stage. So right here is your LOX tank. Right? And then back here, that's your inner tank. Right? And then your LH2 tank is here, right? And then it has that big forward skirt where the EUS is supposed to be. Okay, so here's what you do. So SLS's core diameter is 8.4 meters, right? New Glenn second stage is 7 meters. Okay, so here's what you do. This is the forward skirt on the LOX tank right there. What you do is you make a conic adapter right here. Conic adapter that goes to the 7 meter diameter, right? And then the conic adapter can house the twin B3s, right? And New Glenn stage is most likely too tall. Actually, that's not exactly how it would work. Stage is about to crash, by the way. It would probably be closer to like something like that, right? So you have the stage. It's survived. All right, we got to figure out those water physics. I've had enough of that. Right? So the stage would most likely stick out of the forward skirt, right? So what you do with the 7 meter core is you build an inner stage around that, aluminum carbon composite inner stage, build that around that, and then have a forward load reactor like Atlas V. So a forward load reactor is basically a huge structural piece that holds the stage in place, and it looks like this. Sears, I know you know what this is, right? So you have your forward load reactors right here and right here to hold the stage in place, and then you have an 8.4 meter fairing on top of that. There you go. If we refactored SLS and made those changes right now, this vehicle, SLS would be disgusting. It would be a disgusting launch vehicle. Like, really, really good. Better than Saturn V. Straight up, dudes. Heck, because you maintain the core diameter here, what you could even get away with is using the EUS universal staging adapter, like this, right? The USA looks like that. It's kind of a cone piece, and there's a huge payload volume right here, and then you could attach Orion to the front of that if you really wanted to. That'd work. And I don't want to hear any lip about how it's too much, too technical. No, it's not. It's absolutely not. This would not be hard to do. Now, keep in mind, I say it wouldn't be hard to do. When I say it wouldn't be hard to do, I mean that relatively. Meaning, it's a super heavy launch vehicle. Anything to do with that is going to be difficult, right? Anything to do with that's going to be tough. But SLS is over-engineered. The core stage was over-engineered. It's designed to take a bigger upper stage than the EUS. It is designed for that. In fact, it's designed for something like the Earth departure stage for Constellation. We know that from Boeing's load analysis on the core stage, destructive testing. So back in 2019, Boeing put an SLS hydrogen tank inside of a can crusher to test like the breaking point of the tank. And I know what people are going to say, Boeing, who cares? Boeing crushed that thing with 300 times the rated load of the maximum loads expected on the SLS core stage. 300%. And not only did they tested it up to 300% till it blew up, they predicted exactly when and where it was going to blow up to like the 99.8th percentile. So they said, if we put 300% of the rated load on this, it will fail after 3 hours in this exact spot, and it did. I don't care what anybody says, that's damn good analysis. Very good. So a lot of basically, what I'm trying to tell you is that the SLS core stage, because of I could just tell from that load analysis that Boeing built margin into the core stage to be able to put whatever up there. Because the reason why they did that is good engineering, believe it or not. I know people are going to be like, right? But they did that because of good engineering, because they don't know what's going up there. No one does. I know what should go up there. Maybe we should do that. It's just 90, 90, 90, 90, 90. And you can go check if you guys want to go back and look. When they blew up the LH2 tank, 300% of rated load, that's a hell of a safety margin. You're never getting near that ever. That's super over-engineered. Ask anybody that, does structural engineering, right? 300% is way too high. That tells me that it's already, the core stage and the 5-segment SRBs are already ready to accept something else up there. It's most likely the EUS, but EUS with 4 RL10s and a Blue Origin New Glenn upper stage, so GS2 with two engines instead of 4, I would assume that the mass is somewhat similar, because upper stage gonna upper stage, right? Fix the jello water. That's right. Thank you. Yes, it is. I designed pulls with a 1.5 times safety factor. That's what I'm saying, dude. There it is. Ocean water crash tolerance. Crash tolerance default is 1.2. Yeah, 1.2. Do not override that. Override max water recovery velocity. Max recovery velocity is 0.3. No, don't override that either. There we go. I got it. How hard is it for Blue to make the tanks wider? Not hard, Driados, but I don't think they need to. Because the SLS core stage to accept the EUS already has a gigantic inner stage. So I'm trying to go with what I just showed you. with what I just showed you, the 3 big things that you need to figure out are how to get the second stage, Glenn's second stage, to talk to the core stage. I'll be honest, I have no idea what that entails. That's software. Software and electrical, not really my forte. Structurally, though, 3 big things here are your load reactor interstage, the load reactor itself, and the payload adapter. You can use Blue's calculations for new Glenn loads from their interstage, right? And you can basically use that as a datum to derive what this conic adapter needs to help distribute the load correctly. Now, keep in mind, your conic adapter on GS2 does not need to be able to pull the full load that the Glenn GS1 interstage is going to take, the GS1 forward section. So the new Glenn forward section with the fins, it doesn't need to pull that whole thing, because with a load reactor design, you can disperse some of the load path through the forward reactor. Okay? In this design, if we're looking at this design from the side, so you have SLS's forward skirt right here, okay? LOX tank is right here, right? Right? Then you have you could take the EUS interstage, right? That's the EUS interstage, right? And then from here, off of the forward skirt, you can make a conic adapter, right? Actually, the conic adapter would need to be quite big because, yeah, those BE3s have a really big nozzle. So it would kind of have to be something like this, right? Your 2 BE3s are right here, right? And then the stage would have to go up like this, right? So this is a GS2, right? And then at the top of the payloaded, at the top of the, this would be the EUS interstage, right? From here, you would build a carbon composite aluminum, so basically a fairing, right? But it's not a fairing per se, right? It's a fairing that's kind of cylindric. It doesn't have a point on it. And then here you have your forward load reactor. Now the forward load reactor could be attached to the Glenn Stage 2 payload attachment fitting. And then from there forward, you have an 8-meter fairing, right? And the fairing will just attach to the same way that it attaches to the EUS. Straight up, right? So GS2 is riding inside of a gigantic payload fairing similar to an Atlas V. Same idea. That's how I know that this idea will work, because it's been done. Now, Starbase Live, birds. Now, check this out. Glenn Stage 2, right? This has a lot more thrust. There's 35 meganewtons of thrust coming from down here between the SRBs on SLS right there and right there, right? And then the inner tank is right here. And then the 4 shuttle engines, right? You got 35 meganewtons pushing, well, it's pushing up on this. Now, that's going to be more than the 7 BE4s, right? The 7 BE4s are, it's like 17 meganewtons, right? So if you can carry the load for Glenn Stage 2 through the forward load reactor and your conic adapter fitting here, right? You can be able to find the difference. You can find the difference here. It's double the thrust, so you need double the structure. So what you, like I said, what you could do is make your interstage adapter, your conic interstage adapter, you make that really, really strong. But wait, that's high mass. And you definitely want an 8.4 meter payload fairing, right? Because you want to use that to put big landers up into space. So you could put like a gigantic lunar lander up here. right? You could put Blue Moon Mark II up here. Screw it. Right, that's your lander right there, and the lander's engine is right there. See? But you don't want SLS to look like this, right? You don't want it to have a conic adapter and put all the load through GS2 because it's not rated for this type of load. It's designed to have Glen Stage 1 behind it, which is making 17 and not 35. So it's going to need to be reinforced. Plus, you don't want... SLS would look very weird with a hammerhead fairing like that. It would look very strange. So you have to carry the load, right? You carry the load through the GS2 forward load reactor, and that makes the outer walls here of SLS in this kind of conic load reactor fairing that helps distribute the load of the payload, right? The payload and the stage go through the forward load reactor. Forward load reactor is basically like attaching struts up here, right? If you do that, you could make a version of SLS that is insanely potent. And like I said, you could put the universal stage adapter up there, right? And dude, here's the crazy thing. Yeah, I could draw that again later. Here's the crazy thing, fellas. If we go and build a big lander like Altair, right? Or something like that. And we made it so... Where the heck is it? If we made the upper stage this thing. I don't know, hold on. Here, hold on. So Blue has this idea for a stage that has a sun shield to prevent boil off. That's really, that is basically a stage that can loiter for long periods of time. It can just stay up there. You don't have to worry about the propellants boiling off because it's designed with a big sun shield on it. Really wish they had a picture of it. Hold on, let's try this. If we had the orbital tug version of New Glenn, of that upper stage, if we had the tug version, dude, then you don't have to worry about Orion being able to do your circularization burn. You can have Glenn Stage 2 do your circularization into low lunar, and then Orion can use all of its service propulsion system Delta V to get home. There you go. Refactored design. That makes SLS into a freaking workhorse. Now, the thing is, you'd have to scale it. You'd have to scale all of this stuff. But Blue's already going to scale up Glenn Stage 2 production, man. And I'm pretty sure if you went to them and say, I need 30 of these upper stages, they'd be like, okay. There's the sun shield. Blue's already working on this. You enjoyed the Space News VOD? Yeah, thanks, man. There's the sun shield for the tug. Dude, they have a picture of it somewhere around. And like I said, this is why I want Blue to cook. There's a reason why I want them to just do their thing. I do not want them to go faster. Sit there and cook because the architecture is great. It's really good. You could do a lot of good stuff with this, man. And the best part is you can do that supplementary to Starship. Or Starship can be supplementary to this, dude. Like, this is a big deal, man. I can't believe there's no pictures of the damn tug on here. Let's try boil off. I mean, their upper stage is a monster. And it would be perfect. It'd be perfect for... It would be... There. That's the guy right there. So, dude, check this out. I mean, that's for New Glenn, right? But if you put the Mark 1, Blue Moon Mark 1 lander with an Orion on top of it, with the GS2 on top of SLS, that'll shoot that thing right to the moon. And if this is the Tug variant, and the Tug variant would work, guys, the Tug variant would work because remember, you're inside of a fairing, right? If you use the Tug variant, then, dude, that would be a disgustingly potent launch vehicle. Like, no one could argue that that would be insane. That would be really good. Yes, we're gonna need to send an engineer out, but I don't know, I can't find pictures of it. It's around here somewhere. It's that thing right there, which is basically an upper stage that's been modified to have a sun shield and stuff for boil-off technology. Blue's working on it right now. And you could, dude, SLS could launch a bunch of these. They can loiter. You could use them as space tugs. You could use them as space tugs and just go back and forth. You could do stuff like this. Heck, just make the stupid stage into a lander. Easy peasy. There is a huge use case for that, man. Just saying. My club wanted to propose this as an adaptation to SLS at ISDC 2026. Where can I cite you? I don't know. Will this be on Condor 9 or a new 375 or 5-meter derived rocket? I mean, Trey, you'd have to go through the analysis. This is napkin math. You'd have to go through the analysis with the numbers available and go from there if you really wanted to consider this idea. There is undoubtedly unknown unknowns with this. I have no doubt in my mind there's an unknown unknown. There's something I'm not considering. Like GS2 umbilicals. I don't know how that's going to work. You'd need to redesign the GS2 umbilicals to work with a mobile launcher on a swing arm. And they'd have to go through the payload fairing. That could be a little difficult. Anytime you have cryogenic fluid transfer, that's a big pain in the butt. GS2's forward skirt and payload attachment fitting would need to be redesigned to accommodate the forward load reactor and the 8.4 meter fairing of the USA. You could probably figure that out from using the EUS, from the payload attachment for the EUS, but now you're taking an EUS PAF and putting it on top of GS2. That can get complicated. We can do that. That shouldn't be a problem. We have access to a good amount of stuff, and we could do some wind tunnel testing for the full stack. Conceivably, dude, the wind tunnel testing would be right in line with SLS Block 1B. Like, that's the version of SLS that flies right now. That's the Block 1. That's the 1B variant. It more or less should be in line with this. I mean, that's the thing. The EUS is gigantic. Hold on. Let me. All right. Hold on, guys. I want to do this manned mission, but just I want to see something. Let me look at how big is the exploration upper stage. Height is 17.3. Now look at New Glenn GS2. $23.4. Yeah, dude, I don't think that's going to make... The aerodynamic differences are going to be similar, but I don't think that's... once again, this is just armchair engineer, right? The EUS is not that much bigger. than or that's much smaller. It's, I mean, 77 feet. That's a big freaking stage. How does Atlas V do it? With a forward load reactor. Exactly what I'm talking about. Wait, was your original recommendation for an engine swap? You could engine swap this, but you wouldn't have... The BE3s would have to have a cut down nozzle because... Yeah. Yeah, you'd need to have... I mean, Trey... I would probably end up redesigning the SLS's forward skirt now that I'm thinking about it. Because there's no use in having the EUS inner stage and then a carbon composite fairing attached to that on your primary load path. That's just adding extra steps. So fellas, here, this is an NSF article, but jeez, how old is this article? So here's what I'm talking about. This is on an Atlas V 551. So if you look, there's your forward load reactor. I know it's potato quality, right? The forward load reactor holds the top of Centaur in place. And then the bottom of Centaur is attached on a Centaur interstage adapter right here. And the fairing shields Centaur and it shields the payload. Fairings are installed in two pieces, right? The fairings actually separate. Yeah, you could just copy this. This is fine. This will work. I mean, the fairing would need to be scaled up from a 5.4 meter to an 8.4 meter fairing. That wouldn't take too much extra analysis now that I'm really thinking about it. Switch the 4 engines for a B3U. Or a B3. This thing. Switching out 4 RL10s for one of those would work, but once again, the nozzle's too big. Man, I want to build this now. Damn. There's your super heavy launch vehicle for the career mode save. Yeah. But that means I'd have to use an SDLV for my super heavy launch vehicle, guys. I don't know if I want to do that. Yeah, long story short, Trade, this shouldn't... I mean, let me put it to you like this. The analysis is not going to take very long for this. There are unknown unknowns, but SLS is already up for task, dude, because it was designed... Because they designed it around being able to move this, and they have no idea how heavy that thing is when they designed the core stage, so Boeing over-engineered the snot out of it on purpose. So, once again... Big thing would be getting GS2 to talk to the core stage correctly and the SRBs. I don't think that's... I mean, I don't know. I'm sure that's difficult, but I don't think it's too difficult. Right? There's going to be some unknown unknowns there. But structurally, I don't think this is that... It's not going to take much analysis to understand this. As long as we have the right numbers. I don't see why it wouldn't work. I mean... And if I'm doing the math out correctly in my head, that means with a GS2 upper stage, you could... I would probably guess off the top of my head 50 metric tons TLI. 50 TLI, yeah, translunar injection. It could shoot 50 tons at the moon, which is, yeah, that's definitely up to task. Easily. I mean, how much mass is the GS2? Yeah, it doesn't say. What are the odds that NASA makes this big of a modification to SLS? Let me put it to you like this, no good. If they don't do something with that stupid rocket, it'll get eclipsed by Starship in the next 5 years, and it'll become useless. I've been saying this since 2020, 2019, 2020. Look, SLS has a purpose. It has a place. It has a place. Seriously. Even with starships flying all the damn time, it has a place. What's its place? You have a gigantic fairing, an 8.4 or maybe even a 10-meter fairing, right? I mean, I would design it with a 10-meter fairing, first of all. And you on an expendable launch vehicle. That could be used for deep space probe exploration, expedient deep space probe exploration. So you could use it to launch stuff like James Webb. Big one-time launches. Not necessarily James Webb. You could use it to put all types of rovers and science wherever. You could also use it for, interim lunar architecture until commercial's good to go. There's plenty of use cases here. But SLS has to actually be useful in order to exist in an economy where Starship is a thing. Like, that's it. Like, and in order to do that, you're going to need to refactor design to be actually useful in the long term, right? You need to refactor design to be useful in the long term, and you need to up your flight cadence. Because nobody can make a logical argument for one SLS launch a year being useful when Starship in the future has planned to launch hundreds of times a year. And New Glenn right behind it being able to launch 20, 30, 40 times a year. So what does SLS have going for it? Large core diameter, big fairing. You could put stuff in it. Put stuff that you couldn't fit in Starship. Stuff that requires basically a one-off launch. Do you think NASA would ask SpaceX to develop an SLS Block 2 with a recoverable first stage? No. There's a way to do this, dudes. And I think the legacy contractors would play with it. I think they would want it. They would want to do something like that. I really do. But anyway. I think they would want to do that. What are they going to say? No? They're going to say no. I want 40 SLSs over the next 10 years. What are they going to be like? No. If you go to the commercial contractors, these corporations that everybody says sucks, right? If you go to them and say, look, I'm offering you a deal that is going to basically be sustainable income for the next decade for you, right? I'm pretty sure they won't try to nickel and dime you for everything. Am I wrong? What do you think? You giving them too much credit? You think so? Do you have a lander in mind for the Minmus mission? Yeah, of course. Any plan? All right, I'm just kind of getting this all to jive together. Oh, save. All right, now we need to ride share this thing. Oh, nope. Nope, 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 nope. Okay. Hey, Iron Ghost Ship, $10 super chat. Thanks, man. Boeing would go for it a bit. They don't have to deal with the EUS, and they can just mass produce core stages, which is way more sustainable and profitable in the long run. Exactly, Trey. Yeah. I fundamentally think, like, dude, this is why I get annoyed, like, when people just default to, oh, legacy contractors bad. Legacy contractors bad. Bro, it's not that they're bad, it's just you've incentivized them to do the least amount of work for the most amount of money. Like, I don't have a better way of saying that. You've incentivized them to do the least amount of work for the most amount of cash. Maybe don't do that. Maybe come up with a better contracting structure. I don't know. Maybe actually come up with a plan. Probably a good idea. Make an extended fairing. This is the extended fairing. Mystery goo and accelerometer is Science Junior. Maintain stability. It must be able to generate power. Okay. All right, chat. How about we clap his cheeks? God dang it, 95. We do this. Take this, put the antenna right there. Right. Now watch this. Derive. All right, so I just had an idea. Instead of co-manifesting a satellite, we're going to have to dispose of the stage anyway. Why don't we take the stage and use the stage as our satellite? We can use it for this mission, for EEG. Right? And we can use that to kind of prototype out a stage architecture that has loiter capability. We've been talking about it, so we might as well do it. If I take the interstage nodes on the fairing, right, and we go to our science equipment, we take the Science Junior, Science Junior right here. We can incorporate the Science Junior into our payload attachment fitting. Might be able to... And we'll take the antenna, and we put the antenna on the bottom side of the Science Junior. Right? Probe core is still in probe core and batteries still in an insulated area, right? So we could take this, and I'm just gonna move it around so it doesn't look like bad. Because we have Condor 9. This is Condor 9 now. This is a big rocket. We could just instead of trying to fit it up there and having to worry about weird fairing separations and whatever, we could just incorporate it into the stage. We should have the Delta V to get this thing near min-miss. It should be fine. Hey, Panta. All right. Now, we're going to need... It needs to be able to generate power, so we're going to need solars. 2 solars on each side. Should be fine. Now that probe also needs mystery goo and an accelerometer. They're putting the seismometer on the end of an antenna. I'm sure it's fine. It's probably fine. Mystery Goo Accelerometer Science Junior. Done. Are you keeping the Condor nomenclature? Yeah. Yeah, this is Condor 9. It's just a nice upgraded version of it. I like this. I like this version. This is very nice. The later versions of Condor 9 used the white outside, white and black. They looked like this. All right, dudes. Gotta set the numbers. 20-second flight. Part count, 255, Panderific. That's why I changed it to 1 solar panel and put the solar panel down here. In fact, I'll put it in front of the seismometer. And then move the seismometer back 1 tick. And then move the antenna back 1. There you go. Oh, yeah. When 2 people send 2 messages at once, sorry, man. If I blink, yeah. Thank you. I got so used to running remotes I can never even think about antenna angles and obfuscation. Yeah. Yeah. All right, dudes. I think this satisfies all the criteria for the first parts of the mission. Oh, except for inventory. Hold on. So... get rid of the control station. Put solar panels there. Get rid of the experiments. And take the probe core, the octo, and put the octo in there. It barely fits in there, but it'll work. Okay. Do this. Check our staging. Separation, upper stage separation, upper stage ignition. Payload fairing jettison. Spacecraft separation. Descent module ignition. Descent module ignition, descent module separation. All right, cool. We're good. We're gonna send an engineer and a scientist down there, dudes. Just like we did on the moon mission. But the margin should be a little bit better. I know the ascent module isn't going to completely crap out on me. Trey, okay, ask the club leadership in an email. We'll see if I get the go-ahead to start looking for some interested individuals. Yeah, I mean... keep in mind, the other thing that you could do, Trey, is, yeah, while we're talking about it, the EUS has the universal stage adapter on top of it. If you're maintaining the 8.4 meter core diameter, your forward load reactor, this has a provisions for obvious extra attachment points, so you could mount payload inside of the universal stage adapter, which is basically a payload bay for SLS, right? If you have GS2 right here, oh, there's your unknown unknown. I would be looking to avoid redesigning the universal stage adapter because it's already designed. Universal stage adapter is designed to attach to the forward skirt here. You would need the adapter for the EOS forward skirt. Oh, that would suck. That would be a tough thing to fix. Trey, you would have to take the forward skirt and make the forward skirt the CFLR if we were going to do this on any reasonable time scale. That would be a huge mass hit. So basically, you'd need Glen Stage 2 and attached to the top of Glen Stage 2, you would need an adapter that goes from 7 meter to 4 meter into the forward skirt.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Placostimus, what's up, dude? 61 month resub. Ever thought about doing an RP1 Kerbal playthrough? No. Nah, I enjoy playing career. Told you, Shark Tales. It never fails, dude. Ever. Never fails. Every day. Every day, dude. For like the past 5 years. Raz, I don't know. I'm not against like doing an RSSR or RORP1 save. I'm not against it. I just... Dude... why? What's the point? Difficulty? Do I not make this difficult enough with my own self-imposed rules? Like, I don't exactly make it easy the way I play KSP. You know, I don't really understand the added difficulty, you know what I mean? Like, sorry, I've not been catching many streams. My apologies. It's been asked a lot. Hey, Raz, I get asked every day, dude. It's a meme at this point. But I know you weren't asking to screw with me. I know, and you're my boy. You're from my neck of the woods, dude. I don't think I didn't forget that. I don't know, man. It would be fun, but that would get old real fast. Not putting a pilot on the lander, what are you thinking? They're gonna be launched separately, dude. Like, okay, let me give you an example. All right, I do a lot of talking because I teach people. I do a lot of talking. I talk to you guys. Like, you notice like I haven't launched anything yet, right? We're like 2 hours into this stream, 2.5 hours into the stream. I haven't launched anything yet. I do a lot of talking. I do take a lot of time to explain things, and I discuss architecture with you guys and stuff. The way I see it, that if I'm going to play an RP1 save, right? All it's going to do is take what I do and stretch it out. Because instead of an ascent taking 4 minutes, it now takes 8 minutes. Instead of a landing burn taking 5 minutes, now it takes 15 minutes. You know, a re-entry is going to take, 30 minutes, right? Instead of 10. For what? For what? What's the purpose? It's the same concept. It's the same idea. I don't want to call it a waste of my time, but that's what else is it? You know what I mean? Like, don't get me wrong, our RSSR RP1 is cool. I would like to try it someday, but I don't know, man. Hi, sorry for bothering. Will you cover Arian in an hour and a half? Yeah, most likely. To see. I think everyone just sees it as fitting as what you do on that stream. Yeah, but they don't ever bother and wonder why I've never done it before. Like, I play this way for a reason, because this makes it easy. The concepts are much easier to demonstrate. Okay, let me give you an example. If I wanted to make launch pads in RP1, if we were going to do that, well, first of all, the ground isn't glidable. Ground ain't glidable. So the whole mission mode thing, you're not doing that in RP1. You're not doing it. Seriously, if you go and put the RP1 save in, right, and you launch from the Cape, right, the ground isn't glidable. You can't drive around. You just fall through the map. Now, does that sound like it jives with what I would want to do with a mission mode save? How's the 39A OLM lift going? I'm not sure if they're going to lift it today. They transported it today. What is RP1? It is a game mode using rear solar system and realism overhaul. It's a game mode that it's a really difficult game mode because you're not playing KSP around Kerbin anymore. You're playing it around Earth and the Moon and Mars. It's real. It's a real solar system. And RP1 is realistic progression, so you don't have like a crazy good engine unlocked right away. You start with the stuff that they started at the beginning of the space program. Thank you for reminding me. So yeah, Raz, like I don't know. Do we want it? Hey Goose, do we want to go down that path? Like, it's just doing everything that I already do, but I have less control over the content. Like, if I had realism overhaul in RP1 with stock KSP, yeah, I'd do that. Sure. But I don't think you can do that. When can we see KRPC programming? I don't know. You do a great job creating and sticking to your constraints, not necessary, in my opinion. Yeah. How far in the tech tree? We'll be somewhere between 1/2 and 2/3 completed. That's correct, Flykin. Yes. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, with that being said, let's launch this thing out to Minmus. But like, yeah, dudes, like, you know, like for one, not having the terrain be glidable. How am I going to do mission mode and drive vehicles around and recover vehicles and go fish them out and stuff? You're not going to do that with RP1. You're not doing it. You know, yeah, like the terrain going through is kind of a huge deal breaker for me. That's just not fun. Like, I'm shutting off an entire facet of gameplay for Kerbal that I invented. And just not doing that? Like, not my style, man. Okay, we're good to launch. Let's do this. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. We got a liftoff. Second launch of Condor 9 Block 1. Carrying the Eagle Minmus lander for crewed mission to Minmus. Okay. Throttling back for maximum dynamic pressure. I don't know, Topsta. The ground is glidable. It's not what I saw. We have max Q. Throttling back up. Stand by for main engine cutoff. We have Miko. Stage separation confirmed. Upper stage ignition. Bearing separation. Bearing separation confirmed. Boost back burn. Reorienting the stage. Control surfaces are on. Okay, we're above 70, switching back to the second stage. Yeah, Ressi, this is the new version Octo. I stretched it even more, and then I renamed it to a rocket design because it ended up looking exactly like a previous rocket design that I did in a sandbox save called Condor 9. Condor 9 was originally a Falcon 9 analog. It's basically a stretched Octo 3 vehicle. May or may not have planned that. Sorry. I don't know. Stand by for Seco. (109 by 75). Good orbit insertion. Are you gonna watch it? They already on launch. Yeah, we'll bring it up. It's got 9 engines. Ressie, it always had 9 engines, dude. Okay, we're gonna start the landing burn. Remember, we fixed the water. The water is not... Well, that didn't work. It was Scatterer. Scatterer was causing that problem. Oh, you didn't get the stage back, and we weren't even close. Did anybody see how much fuel I had left? I think we had too much fuel. It was in Scatterer. On the main menu, like when you're looking at all the buildings around KSC. This view right here. Go here. Go into customize settings. And then ocean. See? Yeah. I really needed to see how much fuel I had left. Because, yeah. I think I had the fuel. You hit the water with about 350 left. Thanks, Yard. Okay. How'd you find out it was Scatter? Someone Googled it for me. What was wrong with the water? The water had the consistency of Jell-O. So, like, I could crash stuff into it and it would survive. Oh, crap. Stage doesn't have the Delta V. Give any rule of thumb for adding the landing burn timing? With this particular rocket, with this engine configuration, no. I'm just testing stuff as I go. Speed the propellant. Jared just released a summary of Plan Athena. You might want to go read that. We'll save that one for space news.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, nice, Garfield. There you go. So this is a secondary payload here, guys, and we don't have the Delta V. I'm thinking. See if we can get an intercept with this trajectory. It should cost us about 900. I have an idea. The differential inclination change. So I put this into 1.5 degrees inclined relative to Minmus's orbit. The reason why I did that is because I wanted a polar insertion. Polar insertion will make it easier to get to that. Now, with all that being said, we don't have enough delta V in the stage. What we do have is enough delta V to push this thing. The lander has enough delta V to do multiple landings on Minmus. We confirmed that. It can do like 5. With the descent module before we need to utilize the ascent module, right? Easy peasy. So what we could do is start to go on a Minmus insertion here. But before we burn this stage to depletion. Actually, we could just separate the stuff here and do 2 different burns. But yeah, I think that might be the right move. I don't like changing the mission like this. That's not cool. Would the stage have the
Discovery,
Delta V
go
without
throttle
pushing
up.
the front? Yes. Yes, it would. Hey, Jens, what's going on? Hey, Sea Kraken. How you doing, buddy? I saw it, Shmemeron, yeah. I have it linked up, dude. I think we're probably gonna have another hefty space news today. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Did you forget the Kerbals? No, my upper stage doesn't have enough Delta V. The upper stage is acting as a customer satellite in that Tundra orbit around Minmus, and it doesn't have enough Delta V to get the lander on a trans-Minmus injection. More or less circularize itself up there. So what I was thinking... The lander has an abundance of Delta V to be able to do multiple hops. Now, we need to do at least 2 hops out on the surface. So what we could do... Yeah. $15.24. I gotta think for a second. We're not in the right phase to get a grav assist from the moon. All right, let's go. Okay. Stop the stage. There we go. Separate. Activate this. Have this thing complete its burn. Oh yeah, Space Ghost? You launched the transfer vehicle that you used before for the moon? We could. Trying to do this in one launch, though. I did not do my analysis correctly. That's not great, man. It'll work. Okay, let's just check out the lander, make sure the lander's good to go. That's my one thing with this damn Landers design. I hate moving it around as a sub-assembly because the struts end up attaching themselves to things that they have no business being attached to. So we're not going to be able to have our triangulated struts, but that shouldn't be that big of a deal. The one downside of using the robotic landing legs like this. But then again, those struts really weren't doing too much, so not that big of a deal. Okay, reaction control systems are good. Let me reorient the vehicle. So just a quick cue, is there anyone not publicly mad at Duffy right now? Dude, you guys, like I said, that's a no-no. You don't... Dude. Duffy opening up the HLS contract sounds like a good idea. That's not a good idea. You're setting up probably the worst precedent that you could set up for NASA. And that's them pulling out of a contract with a prime contractor. That's the precedent that's set. That NASA can just up and decide that your competition that you won for your contract isn't good enough because they didn't feel like it. I understand what Sean Duffy is trying to do. I get it. I understand what you're doing. That is a bonehead move. That's why everyone's pissed at him. You do not renege on your prime contractor. No one's going to want to do business with you if you do. It's unprecedented. That's the best way to say it. Like, this is unprecedented. They've never done something like this. That is someone pulling the levers and just pulling levers because it's like, oh, that lever looks good. Let's pull that one. No, don't do that. Raptor side chat is starting. Like, that is a big no-no. That's why Elon's pissed at him. Just got to adjust the phase here. Is Sean Duffy the NASA administrator? He's the interim acting administrator because Jared Isaacman's nomination was pulled. He is not an elected official. And now, don't get me wrong, the NASA administrator position is not elected. It is the NASA administrator is nominated by the president. But they have to go through a Senate meeting to make sure that you're not going to do something dumb when you start NASA. When you start working for NASA. Every NASA administrator has had to go through a Senate confirmation meeting. Another big problem is that you're pulling strings when you were not, the Senate did not put you there. That's circumventing checks and balances, which is why I doubly hate him for pulling up for doing that with the SLS, not with the SLS, for doing that with the, doing that with the HLS program. An interim acting administrator that wasn't confirmed by the Senate, who writes the laws for NASA denoting what they should be doing and goals and signs their paychecks. And is a representative of us as a constituency of the taxpayers that funds NASA. You're circumventing that whole thing, and you're going to renege on a prime contractor's contract. Like I said, what he's doing is stupid. Stupid. Like, you're an idiot. Like, this is not, like, we're going to do this, and we're going to be happy. Like, oh, this is going to be competition. No. No, that's not this. What was that book you showed? NASA's Systems Engineering? Okay, the stage has the delta V, so we're going to use some O-berth here to do this. No, I'm telling you, Chillin, what he's doing is not smart. And if Eric Berger's sources, which are usually pretty good, are anything to go off of, dude, okay, let me put it to you like this. What he is doing is pissing off the president. That level of stupidity. A guy that put you there, you're pissing him off. Just saying. It does no, Terminator, it's not like that, dude. It's not like that. He's pissing him off too. Just saying. Okay, where's the lander? Okay, so the lander is going to get there first. So I have two craft that's separated. We did some of the transfer, they separated, and I had the stage go around and then boost its orbit. And Minmus, thank God, was still in the right phasing. So the lander's gonna get here first before the stage is. See the stage right there? There's the stage. There's the lander. This isn't pretty. This isn't a pretty insertion here, but it'll work. Yeah, exactly, Nader. That's what I'm trying to say without saying it the way you said it. But yeah, dude, that's... I don't know what you're trying to do here, but you're... At the very least, you're circumventing checks and balances. So, yeah, I have a big problem with that. And if there's any Americans here watching this, you absolutely should too. Laws of the land before all, dude. That's kind of important. I got rid of the claim, New Glenn. Yeah, we're good, man. Okay. Circularize the lander. Should be about a 60 meters a second capture here. Actually, no, it's more than that. It's 150 to circularize on Minmus. I'm going to leave the lander like that. Any thoughts on New Zealand space lane? That's Dawn's. Dawn, that's pretty cool, Ken's, but it's still subscale, but that definitely shows some promise. It is pretty neat. Okay. Lander is captured. We can adjust its orbit later. We have 800 delta V. That should be enough to do our hop. Yeah, it should be. It's gonna cut it close. We should have expended the stage. We shouldn't have tried to reuse it, but that's okay. Hello? Oh, the Conics didn't update for a second there. I got a little worried. So now we got to go to the ascending node here. We got to do a slight change on the stage orbit here. Plenty of delta V left. We got 200 delta V. And we got plenty of monopropellant after that. As close as we can to that ascending node. And we will try to change our orbital inclination here. It shouldn't be too hard around Minmus. Okay, our inclination is matched. We've almost got this thing into a tundra orbit. Now we just got to bring down the AP here, the Appaman. Radial in should change this. We got to burn this way. Trying to do this with what monopropellant we have left. I had to salvage this because we should have expended the booster. Oh, it gave it to us. Come on. Oh, yeah, baby. 151, 14, 11 rep. Okay, shut the engine off. Conduct material study. Material study high over min-miss, 23. It's not going to really do anything for us, but whatever. What about the goo? This was for EEG, so the company electrical experiment, whatever. EEG 1. There you go. There you go. Mission success. Where the heck's my lander? Thankfully, on Minmus, this does not require much to do. Okay. Reorienting. Good. Okay. Now let's find retro. Okay, we're going to find retrograde here to lower the paramin here. Or periapsis around minmus. I call it paramin. It really doesn't have a name. So now what we're going to do... Actually... Yeah, Gil, I'll try to tone it down a little bit, but dude, that's the news, man. Do I want this to be the story that's going on with space? No. Not really, but here we are. Let's play Kerbal right now, Aitor. Any other games coming back in the near term, like Workers or something? I don't know, dude. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I don't really want to play Workers, and now I'm afraid at this point that I'm way too far out of the gate, so all the things that I learned, I freaking would have to go back and relearn. You know? But, I don't know, man. Okay. We are. Not trying to push for another game, was just curious. I'm just gonna stick to KSP for a little while. KSP, I just, yeah. I'm trying to just go back to scratch, man. No, get off the... Sorry, this was a tough mission to split the stages like that. No, to put this thing in the right phase for the right orbit that I wanted, this freaking, we had a signal blackout, so I screwed up the... I screwed up the phase burn. Now my orbit is all caca. I'm trying to get this thing into a nice circular orbit so we can rendezvous the capsule with the damn thing. Haven't read it, spoiled. We'll do it for space news. So wanted to keep the lander's orbit inclined because we have to land up there. It's not that it makes that big of a difference on min-miss, but we're running short on Delta V here, guys. I'm trying to be as careful as I possibly can with this dang thing. Space news is going to be 4 hours long. Yeah. Yeah, Jamacito. Yes, that's right. No, I understand that. Yeah. And space stream starting in 5 minutes. Yeah. Oh, of course, Nader, yeah. Okay. The lander is in position. We have 637 meters a second delta V left. It requires about 150, maybe 200. Let's say 200 to land on the surface of Minmus. We're not going to be able to hop to the other lander. We're only going to do one landing, dudes. I don't think we'll have enough. I'm just thinking about what we're gonna do here. I mean, the lander only needs to get back up here, so we need to reserve 150 to get off the surface. So we have, let's round it just in case. So we have 600. So 600 minus 150 is 450. 450. It's gonna take about 200 to do a hop and 200 to do a landing. We could do it. The margins are super tight, like super tight. But the other thing we got to take into account is that we have the ascent module. Oh, yeah, we have the ascent module. We're good. We got this in the bag. Yeah. Okay, so here's the plan. We could still go ahead with our plan. We could just use the ascent module to get back up. So we land over here. When the Kerbals are out here, we attach the probe core to that, drive the rover to where it needs to go. Kerbals get back in it. They hop over to here to the Flight 1 Eagle Minmus lander, right? They take the ALSEP experiments off, or the surface experiments packages off there. We set up camp over here, right? And then we can use the ascent module to get up back to the capsule. The ascent module has enough delta V to almost circularize around the moon. Almost. So that should be good. That'll give us what we're looking for. We're good. Almost. Is the rover able to drive all the way over there? That would be a long stream, driving that all the way over there. I'd probably break the thing. All right, let's go. Let's get the Kerbal crew up there. We're not sending the orange suits. We're gonna send another crew. And we will expend the booster this time because Condor 9 is not crew rated yet. Not crew rated. Now, some things we got to think about here. Val is going to fly this one. And then Bart Bro on the engineer, Rodson as a scientist. You're gonna get Val that star there. There's an Ariane 6 launch today. No, I know. I want to make some forward progress in KSP. We'll tune into Ariane when those streams are just dookie. We'll tune into that when we get closer to launch. You guys want Joe, Herman? All right, fine. Put Joe in there. Joe, Bart, Bro, and Val. This is our Minmus Expedition 1. What's the difference in gravity between Minmus and the moon? The Minmus has like 1/2 of the moon's gravity. Actually, a little less than that. We could go down in the command module, but I don't like doing that because it wasn't designed to do that. But we could if we needed to. See last. Bro. Is this the first manned flight to Minmus in this career? Yep. Yes, it is. Now, once again, guys, I have a little bit of trepidations about capsule re-entry to the point where I would really like to test this uncrewed first, but I think we have the margins if we expend the booster and use the stage to get out there to be able to recirc with the capsule if we need to. So, I'm okay with that. Yeah, we will have the Delta V. No, I haven't gone to Duna yet, no. I don't have the comms system set up to be able to get that far. Just yet. You like the launch escape system? Thanks, Panderific. Send a period. All right. Longitude of ascending node 3878. So I noticed here. Let me try something. Instead of eyeballing a freaking Minmus ascent, we can bring up our longitude of ascending node in argument of perigee. Right? So 38. Argument of perigee, Len 78. If we just give us a little old time warp here. Oh, okay, I see. The argument of perigee, yeah. Okay, so the argument of perigee lines up at 78 for Minmus's perigee. Got it. All right. I'm just thinking about some orbital mechanics here, guys. So the longitude of the ascending node is 78. I'm just trying to see if I can use these numbers to get phasing right off the bat. Let me see what I'm looking for here. So yeah, the argument of perigee should be 90. We should be 90 degrees off the argument of perigee, right? And the land should be 78. Yeah, okay. I don't know why I've never bothered to look at this. Crew's waiting in that capsule for a really long time. Yeah, let's try this one. So we're on Minmus's descending node, so we got to launch with a flight azimuth of 96. All right, T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Okay. We got a liftoff. First crew out to Minmus. Minmus Expedition 1. Roll program. Roll program complete. Vehicles pitching downrange. One Alpha. Why is it so wobbly? I'm not sure. Max Q. 1 Bravo. Throttling up. Okay, this stage is going to burn to depletion here. Stand by for Miko. Stage separation confirmed. Upper stage ignition. Okay, launch escape system jettison. LES jettison confirmed. Hey, Rarest.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Just keep doing you, EJ. I'll support your stream until I retire, if I
Thanks.
can.
Thanks, man. appreciate you. Thanks, dude. I appreciate it. I'm just, yeah, I want to get this done. We're behind on where I want to be with the mode save, just because there's just so much other stuff. I can, you know, I know people don't mean anything by it, but when folks like ask, like, hey, what are you doing today? Hey, are you gonna do this today? Are you gonna do this today? You're gonna do everything but the thing you're actually doing right now? It's like, yeah, dude, but you know, if one person's asking, like, hey, when are you going to play this? Like, that means a bunch of other people are asking it, too. Like, it's just, yeah, it's a lot. Like, this makes me think that what I'm doing is boring. You know, if everybody wants to talk about everything but the thing that I'm actually doing, it's usually a pretty good indicator that people don't care what I'm doing, you know? Like, and I know there's a bunch of people in chat who are gonna be like, no, that's not how that is. I understand that, but also, no, it's all good, Seacracken. It's not you. Don't worry about it, dude. $129 by $134. Good. Yeah, it's okay, guys. Don't worry. It's just more my anxiety about my job than anything. We good. All right, let's get this crew out there. Thanks, Trey. Need coffee? No, I'm good. Ain't nothing wrong with black coffee, Tessa. 744. All right, we'll fire this stage to depletion, and then we'll dispose of it, and then we'll use the SPS for the rest of the circularization. I know, Chief, I know. But, dude, running your own business really never... It's like a thorn in your mind. You know? I know you guys are here. I know you got me. I know you got my back. I understand. It doesn't make that go away. When you run your own business, man, you're paranoid all all the time. All the time. It's just the way it is. Go for transmission injection. Here we go. Image.
Oh, this is space. I'm in
Where's-
space.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, okay, Starlight. Yeah, I got you. Nah, don't worry about it, dude. It's just me. It's just me being, you know, being gleh. Okay, stand by for capsule separation. That was almost bad. SPS ignition.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay, capsule's good. AG's good. We got him in this injection. Let's dispose of the stage as we do. Hey Vulcan, clear skies a golden hour. Can't get much better for an Ariane 6 launch. Yeah, man, should be good. I'm gonna double box it here. I just want to get this mission finished. So I'm just dumping the stage. I'm just trying to dispose of this dang old thing. Minus 6 minutes and 30 seconds. I don't want any more updates for Ariane 6. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, but I'm good. We just gotta get this below 70 and we'll be alright. Especially Long March 5 space pump. Now, Long March 5. Oh my goodness, dude. All right. Do you see what I mean, guys? I know you guys got my back and stuff. I understand that. But do you see what I mean when, like, you see what I'm talking about? When I ask for something, like, if I'm like, please don't do this. Dude, that happens like every day nowadays. Like every day. Every day. They must be muted, Clembo. That's my only guess, dude. All right, let's see this Ariane 6 launch. Let's see what we got. Like every day, like people just don't listen to me. It's fine. It's okay.
To do all the tests
it is what it is.
Which are needed to confirm that the launcher is ready for launch. And behind them, behind the glass window, we have another team who is monitoring all these operations closely, making sure that all the parameters are expected. They are following physical parameters such as temperature, pressures, electrical currents, etc. And we have another team in Europe backing all of this and following the launch from across the ocean.
Well, very important to have as many people on the job as possible. Getting close now.
All right, guys. So this is the Ariane 6 launch. This is Sentinel-1D. It's launching off Ariane 6-2, which is 2 SRB variant of Ariane 6. Sentinel, if I'm understanding this right, is a European defense satellite. It's going to launch north out of Kourou. This is down in French Guiana in South America. Launch azimuth is 90. Or no, it's 0. So launch azimuth is 360. So it's launching due north.
Hydrogen into the tanks of the upper stage. And to keep them liquid, as you said, we must have...
Look at this. That's optimum rocketry here. Yeah, no, it's really good if it's
Discovery,
2014,
go
dude.
at throttle up.
hydrogen and minus 180 for liquid oxygen. So you can see some smokes on the screen, and that's due to this reason.
Hey, Patos.
And we actually top up to almost the last instant, and at lift off you will see
Yeah, don't worry
yellow
about it, dude.
arms,
Thank you.
being detached and retracting away from the launcher to clear the path.
Good view of them there, isn't it?
Very nice.
Going
Space Pope
from the
blesses this
gantry
launch.
to
There we
the
go.
rocket.
All right, dudes.
Very, very
And
We're
we
gonna
can see
just-
also the umbilical links in between them.
We're going to watch this real quick. We'll watch this thing go up into space, and then we'll get back to our Minmus mission.
They are feeding the launcher with electrical power.
If you launch close to the
and
equator, it's
ignition
less
is-
fuel, right? Not
They will
necessarily.
deconnect
It's less fuel if you're going into an
At launch.
equatorial orbit.
And we've seen, just briefly mentioned,
But-
the Vulcan engine we've seen.
Believe it or not, fellas, if you're near the equator, launching into a polar orbit is actually more delta V. It's actually not really efficient for going into polar orbit. À tous des idiots. La confinao.
Top, H0-1 minute.
T-minus
We
1
are
minute.
1 minute to launch. Our very best
Une
wishes
minute.
now to all the teams who've been working so hard for today. Good luck, everyone.
Yeah, have a good ride, Ariane 6 and Sentinel-1D.
Does the ESA collab with the US or Russia in any way? They made the service module for Orion Rarest. So, yeah, it's a pretty big collaboration. Okay, so you should see the umbilical arms retract first, and then at T-minus 0, we should be good for volcano ignition. And then at T+6, we should get a
tous de
liftoff.
DDO. Attention pour le décompte final.
Unless they changed it.
9,
Oh, no, they changed it.
7, 6,
Here we go.
5,
Ignition at 6.
4, 3, 2,
Volcano ignition.
top, allumage de ESR et décollage.
Here we go. Double P120C ignition, and there's the liftoff. Sentinel-1D launching out of the Kourou.
Est nominal.
Launching out of Kourou, the ESA Space Center in French Guiana. Liftoff looked good. Ignition looked good. Everything looked
Début
good.
de la
That was
manœuvre en
fine.
Hongrie.
The center engine, the Vulcan engine, is Hydrolux, yes. 30 seconds in, everything looks good.
Pilotage calme, la trajectoire est nominale, les paramètres à bord sont nominaux.
Trajectory is nominal, and all parameters on the vehicle look good.
Copernicus Sentinel-1D
Propulsion
has
nominal.
started its journey
Propulsion
on
is
board
nominal.
Europe's newest rocket, Ariane 6, hauling itself against the gravity of our planet.
Amazing views, wow. We are so
Sensational
lucky
images
to
from
see
our
that,
onboard
yeah.
cameras.
Wow.
Right now, we
Trajectoire
are
nominale,
burning.
propulsion nominale.
Trajectory is
three
nominal,
engines.
propulsion
Our
is
range
nominal.
operations manager is telling us that
Everything is good.
is going normally. We can hear the
Passage de la pression
rumble.
max.
I can feel
Max
the
Q.
wall of the room shaking.
We can
while Ariane
indeed, as it
6
flies
is
over.
Flying over.
90 seconds in, everything still looks good here.
You can see there the two boosters are doing all the work right now, Samuel.
Yeah, almost all the work,
paramètres à bord sont
85% of the effort is indeed brought by the boosters. It's a giant piece of
I can't
of
hear what
power
he's saying
they are-
because they keep talking.
They are filled with 142 tons of propellant each, and we are burning them in a bit more than 2 minutes. So we're actually burning around 2 tons per second here. That's really
T+2
massive.
minutes.
That's a lot of fuel.
Should be
We've got a
coming up
great
on
shot
flame
of
out
it there.
separation
Those
here.
two
Trajectoire nominale.
dots
Propulsion and trajectory
just
are
telling
good.
us that everything's going normally.
And we should potentially see the booster separation that should arrive soon. And you can see even the third spot of the Vulcan engine at the center of the two nozzle of the two boosters.
That's right, the white dot is the Vulcan engine.
Why
and then
cut
we
the
can see
camera
two
when they
boosters
freaking
on
stage?
the
Thank
See
you
that
for
two
bringing it
boosters,
back after
one
they
up,
separated.
one
That
left
booster
down,
is chugging,
moving away
by the
from
way.
center stage.
And they detach from the rocket thanks to a pyrotechnic device, which is made by a
The
company
left
called
booster. The left booster was chugging during tail off. It may have just been wind or something, but watch, it sputters.
We'll use them again in the
It's
next steps of our launch.
coughing
There's
up. It,
nice,
you're
super
getting
nice
detonation
views here from
inside of the
onboard cameras
nozzle. It
where
was
you
going.
can see the boosters moving away.
We get those
over
images
there?
for technical reasons from the onboard cameras, just a few seconds.
I mean, I don't think it's a
delay,
big deal.
so
Clearly, it wasn't a problem. But you look, you can still see it kind of over there.
those two boosters having fallen away, and the range operations manager telling us everything's going normally and according
Maybe,
to plan.
Chief. Yeah.
Got our satellite tucked away inside the top of our rocket, still being protected at this point by the fairing.
Yes, indeed. And the fairing has
I don't think they care after separation. Well, it depends, dude. If it does something that you don't want it to do, even after separation, and I'm pretty sure they don't want the booster chugging like that, man. It may have been like with SRBs when you get late into propellant burning, so late into grain burn, that can happen. They can kind of, as the combustion chamber loses pressure from basically all of the propellants burning off. There's fairing separation. Separation de coiffe.
It's actually moving, isn't it? It's called the breathing mode.
Exactly. This is due to the effort of separation system, which kind of deforms the fairing and it generates an oscillation mode. We call it breathing mode, indeed.
Indeed, and it's all part of the plan, flexing as it falls.
Guys,
telling us the
booster's
propulsion
picking
is
up.
normal.
It picked up a pretty gnarly roll rate here. It seems to be okay. Everything seems to be on trajectory here. If that X stays inside of that circle, we're good to go. But the thing seems to be doing this. I'm not sure if that's intended. A roll rate is not going to adjust your trajectory too much, especially if you have an inertial guidance system, which it does.
Is our distance from the planet?
It could be for antenna orientation. It most likely is, yeah.
Side. Vitesse is the French word for that. So we're burning the big tank of fuel on the main stage, Samuel.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be so big seen from onboard cameras.
Ariane 5 did it. We just never had the live cameras. Well, there you go.
Big. Its height is 32 meters, and its weight is 23 tons.
Yeah, she's going right down the track.
Also
Everything's
big when
good.
you compare the mass of it with what it's containing, it carries 154 tons of cryogenic propellant.
Parameters
So
are good. Everything's good.
quite,
That's what they're saying.
Efficient in terms of mass versus propellant inside.
And we can see on the bottom right of your screen, that's the 3D animation or the CGI images. It's an animation of what's happening in space. So that gives us an idea of what it looks like up there, the Sentinel 1D satellite attached there to the top of our rocket. Now we're getting closer now, about 2 minutes away from the next big event. You can see the events on the left-hand side of your screen. The next big event will be the separation of that big tank of fuel, the main stage.
Yeah, indeed. The guidance algorithm inside the onboard computer will detect that we have reached the right orbit for this instant, and then it will send the shutdown command to the Vulcan engine and then jettison the main stage.
And separating each section of the rocket may look simple when you see it on the animation, but actually there's an awful lot happening up there, isn't there?
It was a concern for James Webb. Didn't want to roll the
It's a very
telescope.
critical moment.
Oh, interesting.
It's clever stuff here, yeah, indeed, because when you separate the stage, it must be quick enough, but it needs also to be very well mastered, because you don't want to have any collision. And here, you remember, here to do that, we use pyrotechnics, again, as we mentioned, Pyro Alliance earlier.
After the launch, could you explain the difference between Ariane 5 and Ariane 6? So, Maddie, Ariane 6 is using different solid rocket boosters. You can configure the SRBs in 2 or 4, so it gives it more... You get more options for where you want to send this thing. The other thing is that the Ariane 6 core stage has the Vulcan engine, just Vulcan for short. The Vulcan engine is disgustingly good. It is a very good Hydrolox motor. Real good. And then there's the Vinci engine on the upper stage. Really, these are really great Hydrolox engines, to be honest with you. And Ariane 5 did have something kind of similar to this, but it didn't have this version of Vulcane, and it didn't have the Vinci engine. It had the ESA-A and the ESA-B upper stage, which were okay. They were pretty good. This thing is not a lateral movement in capability, but a much bigger increase in capability. Here, we should have Vinci ignition here in a moment.
And jettisoned the big tank there, the main stage.
Is the Soyuz launch site still active down there? No.
Allumage du moteur Vinci.
It's been abandoned
And we have
since February
confirmation that we have now
2022.
switched on
And look
the...
on the picture, I think the video will see the main stage separation.
There's staging.
Yeah, here it comes. Nice view
Very nice, guys. Very
Nominal.
nice.
of the Vinci.
Stage
Fantastic
venting and
image there of
disposal.
it being jettisoned.
Oh,
So that the Vinci, when
nice.
throw a propellant to the
Fin du dogleg après
Nice camera view. Hell yeah. That's awesome.
So we're launching a satellite
Vinci
to
engine
monitor our
ignition is
planet
good.
today, but satellites do lots of other things.
Yes, indeed, they also help us to any kind of things like connect with each other, like navigate our
They vented
planet,
the
like
tanks.
protecting
They opened up the
people,
tank
animals,
vents, and the tank vents got that
managing
thing to start
disasters,
spinning
helping
and move
the armed
away.
force in combat.
pilotage
And-
calme,
and when-
propulsion nominale.
And when you think about telescopes and space probes, they help us understand our universe.
Premier allumage de l'APU.
Indeed, but first of all, you've
Uh,
got
the
to get them
APU
into space,
is
and
on.
that's where Ariane Space comes in, because they are Europe's leading provider of rocket launches. And I think it's fair to say that they don't just launch satellites, they launch people's ambitions.
So, Peter, I saw you over in the YouTube chat. I saw you wonder. That's Katie Haswell. She was a Sky News reporter, I think, for a long time. So, yeah. She Katie's not a bad commentator, dude. She really isn't. She's pretty damn good, actually, because she like did it professionally for a really long time.
Know your goals, however far you want to go. Your success is our mission.
You can't play that because of the music. I think she was a Sky News reporter. I don't know. I have to look. There used to be an American dude that commentated with her. That guy was super cool, but he unfortunately passed away. COVID got him, which kind of sucks. ITN. She was an ITN reporter.
I think it was back in something like 1956. We've turned the skies above our lives, if you like, into a giant workplace, a great big working zone in space.
And yeah, and satellite keep our day-to-day lives ticking over.
They do. If we switch
Yeah,
them
she's
all
the
off,
news reporter.
Propulsion nominaux.
Propulsion
life
is
would
good
be
on
a
the Vinci
very, very
engine.
different place. But being able to
Yeah,
monitor
Harry
our planet
Thibodeau,
from
that guy.
space is particularly
Yeah.
important given
The
current
rumble in the
emergencies
Amazon
we're
jungle.
facing
Yeah, that
and
guy,
often
dude, Harry
it
was
is our home.
a good commentator, man.
And if we want to protect it, we need to understand its processes.
Yes, indeed, and that's why satellites are so important, because from space you can clearly see things that you can't see from ground, and you can.
NASA should have taken this upper stage and put it on SLS instead of giving us a terrible service module. What? No, I wouldn't want this on top of SLS. It's too small.
Measuring the melting
No,
of
no,
ice
no, no.
caps
Way
from
too
space,
small.
there is no way to argue with the data you generate from that.
Indeed, you can get information from local people, but the satellites can give you the hardcore data. And Europe actually has
La propulsion est nominale.
huge expertise in building Earth observation programs, and the Copernicus Sentinel
IGN is a
satellites,
multi-channel
well, they're a
news
great example of
organization. They provide
European
news
partnership.
services for Channel
Yeah,
4,
yeah,
ITV,
exactly. It
Channel
was a
5,
real
and a host of
collaboration
broadcasters that
between
aren't BBC.
European Space Agency,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
European
I
Commissions,
knew she
and
worked
a
with the BBC
huge network
somehow.
of industries.
I'm good,
And the
Nazalik. How are
industrial
you?
prime contractor for the Sentinel-1 series for those industries is Thales Alenia Space.
Dude,
who are
much better live onboards. Good job, Air and Space. This is great. That live view of separation was mint. Really? Oh no. That's cool, man. Hey, Astronavio, what's going on? Once again, fellas, if you clicked on this looking for KSP, this is Human Space Program. Sorry about that. I know it's not exactly KSP. We're just watching the rocket launch here, and then we'll jump back to our Minmus mission. Let me just make sure I have The game paused. Yeah, okay, cool. Kind of looks like KSP though, yeah.
Trajectoire est toujours nominale, les paramètres à bord sont nominaux.
And it does so on re-entry, helping to reduce space debris.
And that's hugely important because, of course, space is
Yeah,
very
right.
busy at the moment, and we need to try and reduce debris.
Yeah,
as
they
much
got
as
480p
possible.
now, Kat, man.
And since
Oh,
the
it's good.
first
Good, man.
Sentinel-1 was launched, that was back in 2014, the Sentinel-1 family has
The
delivered
Baguette
a few
space
numbers
program.
for you here. 50 million gigabytes of data. That's a lot of data. To
I
over
trust you.
to over 600,000 users worldwide. That's a lot of users worldwide. So the Sentinel-1D is going to be continuing that legacy. That's important. Watching
I do,
over
God, that
Earth
was
with
funny.
radar pulse at a time.
Propulsion nominale.
So let's get back to our flight. We are 13 minutes and 15 seconds above our planet, our altitude 593 kilometers and climbing. We're looking here at the Sentinel-1 satellite. Sam, I'll just talk people through that. At the very front there, that's actually the radar all
this-
folded up, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah. On the side of it, the grey, plus on top and bottom, indeed are the parts of the radar antenna folded, and then on the grey side, folded solar panel of the satellite you can see, and it's attached to the launcher thanks to these black cones, one of them being the launch vehicle adapter, and then it's
So these
below it is
engines
the upper
on the Ariane core stage, the Vulcain engine, and then the Vinci engine on the Ariane 6 upper stage, these engines are hydrolocks, guys. They're not necessarily designed to make a lot of thrust, but where they lack in thrust, they make up for with supreme efficiency. That's why you're getting these super long burns. The cool thing is that, look, man, rocket engines don't fire for crazy long periods of time. Even being able to do a 5-minute burn or a 10-minute burn with a rocket engine is very impressive. That is not an easy thing to do. And yet here we have the Vinci engine that's been firing for, I don't know, like 8-9 minutes, something like that. It's pretty good, man. It's pretty good. It's hard to get a rocket engine to stay in one piece for such a long duration burn. So that's what I mean when I say, like, you know, a couple people over in the YouTube chat were asking me about the differences here. Ariane 6 is basically a complete refactoring of Ariane 5 that uses lighter and more powerful SRBs, and it has much more efficient first and second stage engines. Well, first and second stage, core stage and upper stage. Extinction Vinci, that's flame out. So, I mean, if we're looking at it here, let's just, while this thing is coasting, let's look at the Vinci engine. This thing, yeah, look, 180 kilonewtons at 457 seconds specific impulse. That's actually really good. That's a really nice engine. Yeah, burn time up to 900 seconds. That's an expander. So this thing is actually a little bit more powerful than an RL-10 if you really want my honest opinion. 40,000 pounds of thrust, that's double what an RL-10 makes, sometimes even triple depending on the variant. It's using a LOX LH1 expander cycle with a 6-to-1 mixture ratio. Expansion ratio is 240-to-1. It's vacuum optimized. Yeah. That's like I said, pretty nice engine. And then there's the Vulcain engine, which is this guy. Vulcain's pretty good too. It's not bad. 1324 in the 2.1 configuration, 298,000 pounds of thrust at 429 second specific impulse vacuum, which is, yeah, that's pretty impressive. It's a good engine, man. Yeah, it's somewhat comparable to like an RS-68. Yeah, something like that. RS-68's a little more. Actually, no, it's about the same. No, RS-68 makes way more power than that thing. Interesting. J2X, my beloved. Anyway, sorry. I'll get back to it.
To the rest of the people all across the entire range.
Exactly.
So somehow N6 beat Vulcan to its fourth flight.
Speed
Wasn't
and
expecting
altitude.
that.
Up there on the top right-hand side of your screen. Now we are climbing. We are nearly on our orbit. We're, 689 kilometers above Earth. And we are traveling incredibly fast.
The RS-68 is more powerful than the RS-25. It is.
6.77 kilometers per second is.
But dude, you know what still blew my mind, Ben, when we went and looked? An RS-68 weighs twice as much as an RS-25. RS-25s are insanely light for their power to, like, their thrust to weight ratio. They are insanely light for the amount of power and the amount of specific impulse that they make. Those things are like truly in a class of their own. It's still cutting edge tech, even by modern standards. It's a really, 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 really good engine. Okay, we're looking for 7,600 over here. That's the number we need, 7,600.
Reducing the climb.
He's just said end of the barbecue mode there, which is, as we
Yeah,
say in
gonna null
English,
out the roll
does what it
rate.
says on the tin, which is basically it is twisting, or was twisting, as if on a barbecue, and that's
Distribute the sunlight over the different region of the launcher.
I just couldn't believe how heavy a
indeed making
freaking
sure that the
RS-68
temperatures
is.
stay even all the way around, because of course
Ridiculous.
it's very hot when you're facing the sun and very cold when you're facing outer space.
And you're spacing
Coming
outer
up on
face.
The next big moment, that's the switching off of the Vinci engine, coming up in 30 seconds' time. How does it know briefly, Samuel, how to switch it off?
It's the onboard computer which has measurement means to know where it is, and then it can automatically, once he knows where it is, it can automatically switch off the
7.59
engine.
Extinction Vichy.
And we just had confirmation that the upstage engine has been switched off.
7.59 on the
That's
dot.
how it looks up there.
That's
on the animation.
pretty good, dudes.
And so we're now at the right point. The onboard computer has indeed detected this, has switched off the Vinci engine, so we are...
Yeah, the reason why
at
the reason why RS-68s are so dang heavy is because they're cheap to make. Well, cheap to make. She's passing me. Oh yeah. Here, I'll be right back.
To the right-hand side of the satellite is actually the radar, and that is a very clever piece of kit because unlike optical satellites, it can gather data even in darkness. Sentinel-1D emits a burst of flashes every second, and the satellite can detect those echoes bouncing off the surface of the Earth, and it uses that to create a radar map of the terrain, or the ocean, or the ice, depending on what it's looking at. And that makes it very useful in the Arctic winter. You can just imagine when the nights are long and dark. Well, now, joining me to talk more about our satellite is David Bibby. David is the Copernicus Sentinel-1 payload manager for the European Space Agency, and I'm absolutely delighted, David, that you've been able to come from the fishbowl. David's come out of his operational teams there to talk to us, so thank you very much, David.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Well, should we start by talking about the big picture, David, the Copernicus program as a whole, which is made of, am I right in saying 12 families of satellites?
Yeah, that's correct. It's 12 families of satellites. There's 6 of the Sentinel-1 to Sentinel-6 satellites. They're operational, so they're already flying. And then we've got the high priority Copernicus mission satellites, which are in development, or very much in their development phase at the moment.
And of course the Sentinel-1 family is one of the families in the Sentinel, in the 12 families of satellites.
Yes, indeed. It's Sentinel-1 is well, we launched the first one in 2014, as we've seen from the videos, actually, Sentinel-1A.
Little Bird tells me it was launched on his birthday.
It was actually, yes. It was a great birthday celebration. I really enjoyed that. So we launched Sentinel-1A in 2014 on the 3rd of April. It's been in operation for now 11 years. We're now launching Sentinel-1D, which is the 4th Sentinel-1 to launch into the family, and it will continue to provide data or the high quality.
It's a clear sky too, which kind of sucks, but yeah, I couldn't see it.
Coming from Sentinel.
Yeah, I think it may have already gone by. Questions. Do Arianespace recover the solid rocket boosters and reuse them? No. No, Arianespace is a fully expendable vehicle. The P120C first stages are carbon composite, so they're not reusable.
This receives messages from...
Where do they drop? The Indian Ocean? No, the Atlantic Ocean. This thing flew north out of Kourou, and it flew by me. Oh yeah, dude, there was no way I was seeing that. I mean, maybe. Yeah. It may have been too high up, especially with the stage off.
Earthquake.
Anyway, guys. Well, hey, that was the Sentinel-1D launch. That's pretty good, man. Pretty good. I love those onboard views. Those are awesome. Caps off. Anyway, let's jump back into KSP. We have our own Minmus mission going on here. Not that they're launching to Minmus, but you get the idea. Sweet, good. All right. That was weird. Now I'm changing the subject. Excellent. Very impressed by the cameras. There was a little bit of lag with the cameras, but it's all good. Nice. All right, let's get this bad boy out here. We just disposed of the stage. And now what we need to do... get inside of Minmus's SOI. All right, Wartaz, see ya. Yeah, of course they launch, Jonas. They just don't launch very much. And the launches that they do launch, if they're doing a Ministry of Defense launch, it's out of Plesetsk, and they don't talk about it or stream it. So, I mean, I don't take that for what it's worth. Okay, we are go for Minmus capture. We have SPS ignition. Ten seconds. Cool. All right, we got a good capture. Next thing we got to do is when we cross the descending node here, you just have to make a slight adjustment. Jeez. Man, we were almost at like min-miss synchronous there, dude. Okay, I've set up my ascending node on my perigee or paramin here. And now okay, we're perfectly circular or perfectly inclined. Now we just got to sit here and circularize. Ah, I went in the wrong direction. Oh, hi, Min-Miss. What's new with you? Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. And we burned a little bit out of phase there, but that's okay. Okay, reorienting the capsule. Yeah, capsule pretty much has enough to recirc around Kerbin, which is pretty good. Okay. So what happens if we go up here and bring that in? And then we do it. Ah, yeah. Just get the phasing tied up. $200 on the intercept should be fine. Let's get these guys to the lander. So we're orbiting around Minmus. We have our first crew feasting their eyes on Minmus. Hey. And I do believe one of the mission requirements would be to EVA on Minmus. I'm taking a cruise next year out of Port Canaveral, and the cruise line has a shore excursion at the end of Kennedy Space Center for free time for 5 hours. Looking for must-do things there? Yeah, you should probably do that. Yeah, I would do that. So I'm going to shut off the surface propulsion system engine. We don't need that for a little while. It's all going to be RCS from here on out. Which we have a little over a half tank. Rates are good. How's the rendezvous? Okay, there's the Eagle MF2. Okay, we're inside of a kilometer to the lander. I'm just going to warp us a little bit while we can coast up to this thing. Inside of 500 meters, our closed speed is 3.1 meters a second. Okay, we're resuming 100 meters away from the vehicle. Slowing down. Forty meters in closing, or 44 meters in closing. Okay, we are 41.9 meters away. Differential velocity of 0.01 meters a second. Okay, I am going to do some rendezvous proximity operations here. Hello, Lander. Well, there they are. How do you do that? Practice. Lots of practice, man. I reconfigured the thrusters for low fuel mode there. Gotta damp out this translation right here. There we go. Okay, everything's looking good. Increasing our pitch rate to 2 degrees a second radian. Reorient the capsule for final docking. We're still 9.2 meters away here. It's that lander is just my service module for the capsule with an ascent component put on top of it. That's it. That's all it is. I might want to redesign it. It might be better to build a specialized lander. The service module was something that was supposed to be quick. So the Eagle lander, that's supposed to be something done, like we could get it done quickly and get out there and get some science. That was the whole idea. C to go into the interior view. Increasing pitch rate. That was the whole idea, Ben. Yep. So we still have a centimeter a second velocity component here. That's not ideal. That's not what I really want. Got a step, Rose. We're almost aligned. Ariane did launch. Check this out, maybe for space news. Yeah. Excuse me. Itchy throat? Yeah. It's all good though, man. Flow speed is 10 centimeters a second. Making some final adjustments here. Hey, don't goof on us. Hey, I'm busy right now. Everything's looking good. Closing to 5 centimeters a second. Chop. Boom. Crew hands off position, and we're docked. Soft capture and hard capture confirmed.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I have some conflicting action groups that we need to sort out if we're going to keep using this thing. It should be only the bottom lander RCS moving the vehicle right now. And we're going to shut off the descent system. Okay, we're good. Hey G, what's going on? 44 months, 9-month streak. Thank you. All right, cool. So we're gonna do some things here. We need to go on an orbital spacewalk near Minimus. So, Joe, you're going outside. World's first milestones. We performed a rendezvous around Minmus. Started constructing the first station around Minmus. We performed a docking maneuver around Minmus. We performed a spacewalk around Minmus. Yeah, baby. Exceptional work. Now get back into this vessel before this turns into a rescue mission. Our exploration of Minmus was successful. Who knows what other secrets it holds? We will figure out the secrets of the Minmus. EVA report. Keep experiment. Joe, we need you to perform EVA science right now. Thank you. All right. 60 science, baby. 12, so 72. 91 science. Just from there. Did you do that for high space? No. No. I forgot because everybody was telling me about the Ariane 6 launch. We can do that on the way out, dude. Stupid wing nut. The thing better not hit my solar panels. Alright, no, we're good. Joe, if you'll just come back out here for a second. Oh, that's fine. And we should be able to do a crew report. Space near Minmus. I think we might already have that. Yeah. Cool.
Discovery,
Ram.
go at throttle up.
94 months, my vans. "94 months later, and you still got KSP. Before we go down to the surface, guys, I got to make sure the landing site gets in the daylight. And we need to have communication with the rovers, so we're just going to be floating around here for a little bit. Minmus is not tidally locked, no. Sucks because Minmus is in the exact wrong spot to get daylight during over the landing site. Gotta go around one more time. What sucks even more is that our orbit isn't in the right phasing for that. We're gonna need to use some of the descent modules, Delta V, to put us in the right orbit to get near this thing. We have enough, but should be good enough. It's gonna kind of suck. We might have to do this on the far side. That's all right. That's close. That's close enough. Okay, so Joe and Bart, bro, transfer down. Val, you stay up there. Okay. Let's do this. Crew transfer. On dock. dial in the landing maneuver here. Yeah, we're just a smidge off, but we can change that. You need a pilot if comms aren't available, right? It's got a probe core on it, dude. Yeah, SAS won't be available. Yeah, I forgot for a second. You made me think about it. I can do this without SAS. It's not a big deal. Let's reorient the lander. And it's just where this is, where my orbit is. It's just where, yeah. It's gonna have to be on the far side, which is okay, I guess. Moon. Nice picture, Sebi. Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay, we're descending. We have a lock on the lander here. Okay. Nine kilometers to target. Radar altimeter is activated. 4,600 off the deck. Okay, gonna do a slight trajectory modification. Okay, we're lined up. Surface indicator is active on the nav ball. $2,900 off the surface. Started our descent burn. I gotta put the radar altimeter all the way over there, man. Radar altimeter is reading 1,000. $750 to target, $650 off the deck. $250 off the surface. Still picking up a little bit of a horizontal velocity component. $26 meters off the surface. We have touchdown. Not too bad. This lander is tough to control. That's the other reason. I don't like the I don't like the way the RCS is configured for this. I will change it. All right. There she is. Oh yeah, safety engine. First time walking on the surface. Take a surface sample. 90 on the surface sample. EVA report, 24. Perform EVA science. Bye-bye. That one probably went into orbit.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hop over to KSC to see if there's a plant flag mission. I already had it, man. That's right, I already had it. Oh, how do we do this? I forget how to... What's editor mode? Is it Control I? You need an EVA experiments package. T? I. The engineer needs to place it. The engineer, only engineers can do that. He's a scientist, so that's not going to work. Ugh. Joe. Bro! Why did I even rescue you? One moment later. Can you use the Science Junior? I don't know. Give me 1 second. Let's get Bart Bro. Back over here. Rover. He has to turn the stupid antenna on. All right, hold on. You're on the far side. Got a plan in work. Jeb, Pigeon. Joe is an engineer. So what I'm gonna do, put the relay on the ascent module. Okay? We put it on the relay. We'd need a relay on the capsule, wouldn't we? And then we could use the ascent module to relay the signal, guys. There. Okay. We might need to part out some stuff, but that's okay. That's what made this mission so tough. Far side of Minmus. We have the tools here to get this done. I'm not worried. Uh-oh. No. Okay. Hey, here we go. Start the fuel cell. There it is. Brakes off. We have a signal. Yes. Your spare battery. Fuel cells are batteries as long as they're on. Score. Getting mint chip mission vibes. Oh dear. All right. How do fuel cells generate power? Is it an APU spinning up? No, much simpler than that. It uses hydrogen and oxygen to generate electrical power, dude. Is it a Sabatier? I forget, dude. Yeah, I think it might be a chemical reaction, yeah. Fuel cells, you know, everybody's saying like, oh, you put fuel cells on this. Why not a solar panel? Why not a solar panel? The truth of the matter is, guys, is that fuel cells would be quite useful. They're quite useful, especially if you're like have people around, because they generate water. That's a byproduct. They generate electrical power, but the exhaust is water. And one solar panel would benefit from a battery. The probe core has plenty of charge on it, dude. And the fuel cells are your batteries. Rocks aren't claddable, don't worry. Why not a nuclear reactor? they're generally kind of big, kind of heavy. Min-miss. 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 Fuel cell, shuttle derived. Liquid fuel is abstracted. That was a game design position, a game design thing. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, something like Viper, Erudite. Yeah, that's a good idea. What if NASA made a rover for Artemis that had fuel cells and used mining to demonstrate using moon hydrogen and using the fuel cells to recharge? Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's Viper. That's what Viper is. That's weird. And believe it or not, dude, the Perseverance rover has ISRU on it. Not a lot of people know that. Yeah, they're making power. Yeah, Erudite, there's a reason why Viper pisses me off so much. I don't... what happened with Viper is annoying. The reason is because that is a crucial step towards doing Artemis things, towards the goals that Artemis wants to do, and they're like, no, it's over budget by a couple $1 million. Hey, how about we take your salary, Mr. OMB man? How about we take your salary and put it towards the rover? You know, if you worked in the private sector and you were doing a bad job, you'd get fired. Pretty simple, right? You're doing a terrible job. So, you know. And this is why I would make a bad NASA administrator. Yeah, what would you say you do here? One of my professors had a post I had to write about why we didn't have a lunar program after Apollo. It was meant to be 200 words. I ended up by accident listening to you for it to be 1,000 and a bit. You slow down, sir. No one taking my easy paycheck away. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting, artsy, yeah. This is kind of a nice little rover design. I don't mind it. Are we there yet? No. Collecting moon hydrogen. No, drilling the water ice on the moon. Erudite. Drilling the water ice on the moon. Making hydrogen and oxygen. You can use it to make water, you can use it to make rocket fuel, you can use it to make electrical power. Why do you think we're in such a scramble to get to the South Pole? Was the need to add a probe core to the rover intentional? It's a mission. It's a mission, and it's a mission that pays really good, actually. What do you think of the situation regarding Starship HLS, Lemon? Not ideal. Also, water for money. Almost there, dudes. The rover looks like an inchworm. Yeah. Yeah, I see it. Money. Mr. Krabs, what prompted you to put another Krusty Krab right next to the first Krusty Krab? Money. Meet innovation. Money. Do you think HLS is dead for Artemis 3? No. Money. Have you tested your wheel and track designs on other planets? No, actually, I have not. That thing is a rolling Kraken strike, dude. I'm not... Tracked vehicles probably not the best idea. Money. 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 Deja vu. I just been to this place before, higher on the street, and I know it's my time to go. Money. Money. Mr. Krabs, why did you make the second restaurant? Money. Money. Lo-fi remix to that. Money. 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 We should be here. Jovies. Money. 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 What? I gotta pass the time somehow. We're on a road trip. You gotta sing the song. You are entering Zone 9, Foxtrot 34-Sierra. Contract complete. 278 grand, baby. Money. 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 Collect science here. I think we're still in the same biome, but I'll collect it anyway. Money. Money. Sorry, I'll stop. Money! Do you have to drive the rover back? No.
Don't waste your toy. Monma, you're all ready. The voice inside moi wide.
Are you drunk? Why? Yeah, I don't need to drive the rover back. Why am I doing it? Well, I can want my solar panel back, dude. It's mine. The rocks aren't collidable, by the way. They're fake. Money. The Bremo Gone Rogue stream from 2019. Yep. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna scrounge this thing for parts. Rockomax paid me to move it over there. They didn't say what they were doing with the. They didn't say they were doing anything with the rover after. They already paid me, so I don't see them up here trying to do anything with the rover. So you know, it's mine now. Put the seismometer on it. Oh, that reminds me. Apparently, I learned something about the algorithm. If you thumbs up the videos, if you thumbs up the live streams on YouTube, guys, it'll be more likely to recommend them to you in your recommended page. Just, yeah, take that for what you will. You can thumbs down it for all I care. I don't. It don't matter. It don't matter. Just say Smith. None of this matters. Is Isaacman officially nominated? Would have been the first time I heard it. Money. Money. It is, Aaron. Rod, you're not wrong, dude. Is Rick gets nominated again? Does he have to go through all the confirmation hearings? You know what, X-Wing? I have no idea. I have no clue. I seriously have no idea. This has never happened before. I have no idea what the proceedings are. Is there a remix of the money thing you're doing? No. That was awesome. Wait, Jared has the nomination? Wait, whoa, 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 whoa. This link is, I was going to say, this link, the last thing is from June 2nd. This is from today. Sean Duffy has done an incredible job as an interim administrator of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. This evening, I am pleased to nominate Jared Isaacman, an accomplished business leader, philanthropist, pilot, and astronaut, as administrator of NASA. Ah! Yes! We are back, baby! I want you to put the word out. We back! Jared's passion for space, astronaut experience, dedication to pushing the boundaries of exploration, unlocking the mysteries of life in the universe, advancing new space economy, make him ideally suited to lead NASA in a bold era. Congratulations to Jared, his wife, Monica, their children, Mila and Liv. Thank you for the attention. Thank you for your attention in this matter. Thank you for attention. He's launched into space. He should be a good administrator. He launched into space. I've never been to space. I hear it's terrible, but guys like him, he love it. Sorry, I won't do that again. Or will I? You're serious. Thank you, God. Are we back? We are back, baby. We are back. We are back, baby. Oh, that's mint. Oh, what a good day. Why are you kind of good at doing that? I may or may not use this voice to have the art of the deal with my wife. I say, hey, I want pizza for dinner. You don't want pizza. Yeah, terrible. You don't want pizza. Whatever you want is terrible. Whatever you want is nasty. Nasty, terrible. I want pizza for dinner. Yeah, it just, helps ease the tension somehow. Sorry, just a little excited. You think this will be mentioned on Flame Trench on Friday? Does the Pope poop in the woods, dude? Make it stop! Make it stop! Yeah, that's what she says. Well, the guy, that's what she says. Yeah, that's the funny part. That's what she says. She's like, you want to go out? Do you want to go out? Hey, EJ, you want to go out? No, I do not. They're eating the crust. They're eating the crust first. They're eating the cheese. And I said, wow, this has got to be the greatest piece. I don't want to do it too much, man. I don't want to do it too much. People don't want to be reminded about that. But also, guys, look. Yeah, we can block that. Thanks, Norse. Why did he even revoke it in the first place? Bullshit. And my mic must have cut out there. Bullshit. That's why. EJ's Trump impression sounds halfway like Christopher Walken. I mean, they are from the same neck of the woods, by the way. Audio issues? Yeah, I think I'm having audio issues, man. I don't know what that's about. Yeah, it's strange. It just keeps cutting out. Yeah, I don't know. Dude, that's huge. That is freaking huge, man. Oh, what a good day. Dang, the streamer luck again. I always have the worst luck. I have the worst luck of all time. Maybe the worst ever. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make one statement or another. I just think he talks funny. Okay, it's tremendous. You're gonna love it. This is in no way an endorsement of any particular political candidate, one or the other. I just like doing impressions. You know that. I do impressions. They're great impressions. Wow. Oh, I'm happy, man. That's pretty cool. Next to Biden? What? Well, S-Master, you listen here. I once landed on the Minmus and we repaired a rover, and the rover hopped over to the place, and then I had hairy legs. What is the blinking yellow square? That's a activation waypoint that I completed. You sound too sane. Sorry, man. He talks like 3 goblins in a trench coat. Yeah, Nelson's funnier anyway.
You like impressions? Yes, I love doing impressions. Why not Zoidberg? Zoidberg is a perfectly good impression to do, my friend. Oh, chat, I'm so into you.
How good of a pick is that? Pretty good.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I do have thoughts. I mean, I will go through the pros and cons of Rook being there. And I will do it unbiased as best as I can. I personally think it's a good idea, but I will talk about pros and cons here for the space news. I also want my damn antenna back. And Jack, oh geez, oh yeah, I love taking pictures. Oh yeah, look at this, look at the Topo Chico. See. Yep, all right. Yeah, it's pretty awesome, dude. I think, yeah, Chris, I might need a new microphone. It might keep cutting out on me. That's weird. Off topic, Bella the Pug says hi. Hello, Bella. Hello, you Bella Pug. You Bella the Pug. Hello. I think he's officially lost it. Dude, this is the first, I'll be honest with you, and I know people don't want to hear from that guy. I get it. I understand. This is the first really good news for any space news that we've had in a pretty long time. I'm taking the W. I don't care if he's the one that posted it. I don't give. This is a pretty big W, man. Like, yeah, Jared might not be like the best answer for NASA. Like, I don't know. I'd have to really look at his plan and stuff. But would have been better than Sean Doofy. Special Officer Doofy reporting. Hey, chat, smell my finger. Oh, what is that? My butt. Sorry. I won't do that again. Well, it apparently leaked. Told you not to disturb me when I'm cleaning my room. Some of you will get that. Most like some people will get that. You say sorry a lot. I'm starting to think you don't mean it. No, I mean it every time. No. Oh yeah, he's the engineer, so let's get our damn solar panel back. Laser beam, da. Yeah, Bart bro. He's a bro, dude. Yeah, goalie. Yeah, I know. He's trying. He's trying, but dude, we don't like. NASA is not a sympathy thing. You know what I mean? Like, this type of behavior cannot be tolerated with spaceflight, and that's not. I'm not trying to gatekeep or anything. I think it's a very reasonable thing to say that the guy that's running NASA needs to have some understanding about spaceflight, like just a little bit. Just a little bit. I'm taking the lights. I want those. Give me those. Yeah, we got a light now. Look at that. I think Elon gonna be just fine, dude. I think X-Wing, I think we're okay. Are you gonna take the pod back to space? I actually had a mission. There's still another facet to this mission, dude. I wanted to hop the descent module over there. You know what I was thinking, dude? I kind of wanted to bring the solar panel back as a joke, but now that I'm really thinking about it, keeping that on there and having that go around and do science and stuff probably isn't the stupidest idea. You know? So, I think I'm just gonna keep that stuff on there. I'm taking the light, though. Can Jared do a mission while he's administrator? I don't see why not. More rubbing into the president's face that he was right all along. X-Wing, here's the thing. I been very interested in that romance, not for any political reasons, but because it's so critical to spaceflight. I think Elon and the president are fine. I don't think it's a big deal. I think they're good. I don't think they'll be bad mouthing each other anytime soon. You hope. No, I don't think so, dude. Just get on the damn ladder. You know what, dudes? We need a space news. Are we back? We are back, baby. We are back! We are back! And we're the three best friends that anyone could have. We're the three best friends that anyone could have. We're the three best friends that anyone could have. And we'll never, ever, 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 ever leave each other. No? All right. Cool. All right, I think it's time for space news. We will finish the Minmus expedition and the second hop on Thursday. What do tigers dream of when they take little tiger snoozes? It took me a second. Thursday? Yeah, I want to work on my car tomorrow. We want to work on the car. It is now almost winter, and I'm still trying to finish my summer car project. Yeah. So, fellas, you know, yeah, I mean, all the best to Sean Duffy. He can go do the Department of Transportation thing. I'm sure he'll do a good job over there. I'm sure he'll do fine. Oh, and other news, yeah, an MD-11 crashed today at Muhammad Ali International. Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't look good, dude. Survivors? I don't think so. You crash a UPS 2976 and MD-11 being operated as a cargo plane by UPS that had just taken off from the UPS Worldport in Louisville. Massive fire is currently burning near the airport, engulfing several nearby buildings, with a shelter-in-place order having been issued. Yeah, that's not great. Yeah, there would have been 4 people on there. That sucks. Sorry, I usually don't do that, but yeah. I'm watching the news helicopter videos, and they showed a building with a straight line ripped in the roof. Whatever happened, he was struggling to take off. MTOW, maybe. Oh, Yarg, that's awful. Dude, yeah, crew on board's probably not having a good time. And the scanner said 250,000 gallons of jet fuel was on board. There's a video I won't share that shows the plane engine on fire right on takeoff. That sucks, dudes. That sucks, man. Anyway, I'm gonna take a quick break, guys. We'll get space news going up here in a second. Yeah, let's do this, man. Possible bird strike. Engine on fire at takeoff. That's what that sounds like. It's not great, dude. Did I hear deferred maintenance? I mean, you don't know that for sure, dude. Could have been fought on the runway. It's possible. Guys, there's no... All right, I'm just going to lay down the ground rules here. Look, we talked about it. I generally don't talk about plane crashes when people get killed. I don't do that. I really don't like doing that here. I don't even show Challenger in Colombia. Like, I have problems doing that. I don't like necessarily making money off of people dying. Right? That's kind of a rule. You know? And I know I get it. I know what I just did. I was making a joke. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Yeah, we don't know. There's 1,000 different variables that could be, dude. Something failed after V1. There was a loss of thrust after V1. That, from what I can tell, and that's about it. There's 1,000 different things that can cause that. So, yeah, fellas, I preferred if we didn't talk about it and stuff, but yeah. Let's jump into space news and go. Hold on one second. Oh, Yarg, that's bad. You guys don't want to see that. You don't. I'm not even trying to be like vague posting. You don't want to see that. That's pretty bad. Yeah, trust me. Don't look at that. That's terrible. That's not great. That's not great. That's shouldn't have even brought it up. Now I feel bad. I feel bad for bringing it up. I shouldn't have said anything. But all right. And on that bombshell, let's switch over to Space News. I'm going to jog the VOD on YouTube. Guys, I'll be back at 1/2 past. So give me about 20 minutes. And we'll go from there. We'll talk about Rook. It's going to be great. That is good news. So I'll be back momentarily. Stand by for loss of signal as expected. If you're on Twitch, just chill here. I'll be back in a second. We'll talk about Rook. It's going to be awesome.